It takes you some hours to fly from Dar es Salaam to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. But I'll be arriving the international airport in the short while. The national anthem of Kenya. The national anthem of both countries have been played, and now the captain of Tanzania having the customary handshake with the team from Kenya, a blockbuster fixture, battle for who wants it the most, but more importantly for a place at next year's World Cup. Tanzania undefeated after 3 matches. Kenya are also undefeated after 3 matches. Getting into their 4th game, and the big question is who wins first? What a game, what a time, and what a movement. The two teams are starting to predict the picture.
Good morning and welcome to the TBS Cricket Over here in Lagos, Nigeria. It's the game between two undefeated sides, Tanzania and Kenya. Earlier today, my colleague Dennis was in the middle for the toss.
Match day number 6 of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Under 19 at the TBS Oval is an East African derby between Kenya and Tanzania. At the toss, I have the two captains, Yash from Kenya, Lakship from Tanzania, and our tournament match referee, Mr. Owen Kirombe. Yash is a home captain, so he's going to do the tossing. Heads is a call. Heads it is. Yash, just come over. Yash, just come over. No, Laksh. Tell us what you're going to do and why.
I would like to bat first today. As we know, it's the same pitch. It's going to get only slow, so why not bat first?
All right, a very important game for you. You mean if you win this one, you have 1 foot into the World Cup. How have you prepared for it?
I just told the boys to cool down. Nothing changes, but just carry the same momentum into this game.
All right, have you made any changes from the team that played yesterday?
Darpan goes out and Omari Ramadani comes in.
All right, good luck to you and the boys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, a shake of the head for you. You disappointed to be bowling first?
Yeah, of course, we wanted to bat first as well, but not a bad toss to lose. Wicket looks like it's going to hold a bit. Won't be that easy to get runs on the board as well.
You had a good game yesterday. Win that importantly keeps you in a chase for a World Cup place. How important is going to be this East African derby?
Of course, I think we know it, the fans know it. This game basically seals the deal for the team that'll go World Cup. So, of course, we're going to give 110% no matter what.
All right, have you made any change from the team that played yesterday?
Yes, one team. Pranay goes out and Sajid comes back in.
All right, good luck to you and the boys.
Thank you.
That's the news from the middle. Tanzania have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that. And thank you for coming into the comms box to join me and bring the rest of this game to life. Welcome to the comms box, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Peter. An East African derby. I'm always here for East African derbies. Kenya taking on Tanzania, the two unbeaten sides. Winner takes all, you'll assume in this one. If you win this game, you most certainly have a foot into the 2026 World Cup that will be co-hosted by Zimbabwe. And those are the two teams. Laksh Bakrenia leading that Tanzanian side, while Yash Gohil is the captain of Kenya. Important players in that Tanzania team, Karim Kiseto, Karid Amari Juma, and Dylan Taka Kumar. Also very, very important for the Tanzanians. For the Kenyan team, a very, very young team, but with a lot of experience. Stian Smith and James Guthui, who takes the new ball, are also key players for them in this particular clash. So it should be an interesting game here at the TBS Oval. Winner takes all, two unbeaten sides like Peter has said. And if you win today's team, you're most certainly closer to the World Cup. The umpires out in the middle, Percival Cesara from Kenya and Mr. Patrick Makumbi Musoke from Uganda are in charge of this particular encounter at the TBS Oval. Eno Jacobs from South Africa is the third umpire for the day. Dylan Taka and Omari will open the batting for Team Tanzania, while Neil Dosh takes the new ball for Kenya. The first ball, good ball, right on the money. The noise coming from the Kenyan parents. That's the father to the captain, Yash Gohil. He's been very, very vocal for the team. But Peter, where do you see this East African derby going?
There's been a lot of tactical changes to this game. We've seen Dapan, who has opened batting with Dillian for the last two games. We've seen him get dropped. Today, he isn't in the starting lineup. And Dillian will need to pick up on it. He's not had his best tournament so far, being one of the major players in the team. This match is a very big match that he will need to do better and help the team in their quest for World Cup appearance for the first time ever.
Yeah, for Tanzania, there have been a lot of broken hearts along the way for them. Kenya have been to the World Cup at least four times in their history. For Tanzania, they will be hoping and praying that they can be able to make the World Cup for the first time. Dylan got a lot of runs in the tournament, the pre-tournament event they had in Kampala, but he's had a dry spell in Lagos. Again, a swing and a miss. Very good stuff there from Neil Doshi, the only player to pick a hat-trick in this tournament, beating that outside edge of Omari twice.
And he's coming to this game with a different approach than yesterday. Against Nigeria, Neil Doshi was coming in with the in-swingers, getting a wicket off the first ball. Today is making it more difficult for Omari. He's coming in with the outswing balls. Omari keeps saying that, but he doesn't want to take any risk too soon in the game.
Yeah, don't be surprised if he bowls one that comes back into Omari. So maybe he should be aware that Doshi has that particular delivery. Again, a swing and a miss. Took a shimmy down the wicket this time, but walks past the ball. Very, very loud outfield. The Kenyans. Yesterday, Kenya doing everything they could to make sure they get a result out of that game, winning by only 7 runs in the game against the host Nigeria. Nigeria has had so many near misses for them. Peter, yesterday's game against Kenya, Nigeria were in the driving seat for most of the time, but somehow they managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
We're yet to see any team come in and bat in the second inning to win this game so far.
Doesn't carry that edge off the bat of Omari. Swingers, you can see that again on the replay. Soft hands, at least from Omari, that's what he did. It just doesn't carry. Prefer slip. Good tidy first over to start off things there from Neil Doshi. No runs on board for Tanzania, 0 for nothing after 1 over. To bowl from the pavilion end from Kenya, for Kenya is Anthony Ndungu. And he'll be bowling for the first time to Dylan Manish Taka. Dylan, a man who's going through a dry spell. We'll need some runs, and there's no bigger occasion than this. Winner takes all game for Tanzania. And they know if they win today, they'll be closer to the 2026 World Cup. A slow ball to start off things here from Anthony. Dylan trying to push for it, but the TBS over has played out some of the most interesting games in this tournament. Nigeria lost to Namibia on the first day here by 10 runs. Yesterday they went down by 7 runs. Clearly finishing games is something that the hosts have struggled with. Sprays that wide of the wicket. First runs on the board there for Tanzania. Nigerian hearts, including yours, Peter, yesterday broken.
Yeah, that game is looking promising since the beginning of the second over. After the first fall of wicket, then Abdulganiyu came in with peculiar. They looked to be building up something beautiful before Abdulganiyu got bowled at with a very lovely spin. And Kenya managed to snatch the win going on to this game. Both teams, desperately in need of that 4th victory to have one leg in the World Cup.
Fit nowhere for Dylan. Again, a bit outside edge. Very, that win for Kenya makes it a very high stakes game, this East African Derby, because if Kenya had lost yesterday, they will virtually be out of it. But also that win keeps 3 teams in the running for a chance to qualify for the World Cup. Namibia might have lost to Tanzania, but they know that if Kenya is able to get a result against Tanzania today, that puts them back into the running of things. So 3 teams that are chasing glory. Nothing has been decided, but you feel that if Tanzania win today, they will separate themselves from the rest of the chasing pack.
No one is shown more hunger in this tournament than Tanzania, coming in from the Division 2 and as underdogs, coming and put up a fight. Tournament beating the likes of Uganda, beating Namibia.
Yeah, what a story it would be for Tanzania to come all the way from Division 2 and seal a place at the World Cup. That would be a good movie script, and this is a land of Nollywood. Maybe someone will make a movie.
Be a movie that will be forever written in the history books. Making your debut in the Under-19 World Cup. It's something that every nation looks forward to. Nigeria's had that opportunity. Sierra Leone might have to wait a little bit longer for that opportunity, but Tanzania still have that chance.
Yeah, first runs on the board off the birthday of Dylan. Peter, I'll let you think about a Hollywood, a Nollywood name we could use for a movie if Tanzania is able to qualify for that World Cup. But very good soft hands here from Dylan to get off the mark and also score Tanzania's second run. Again, more swing and a miss. This time a shot of intent there from Anthony, from Omari. No connection. Very, very tidy from the Kenyan bowling so far.
Looking at that replay, Omari has struggled with playing balls outside of the stumps. He's not built in that confidence yet to want to go after those kind of balls. He's just trying to play straight. And sometime later, those balls might start coming towards the wicket, threatening him more.
Yeah, much better there from Omari. This time letting that one go outside off stump. And after the second over, Tanzania has 2 for no loss. Yeah, Neil Doshi will continue from the Court of Appeal end of the Kenya. Again, a very good line and length here from Neil. A very young man, but with good control and also good discipline just to keep bowling in the right areas. I have a good Tanzanian friend of mine, Atif Bai, who's told me today there's no chance for Nollywood. There's no Nollywood movie today. It's just Bongo Flava. Bongo Flava, very famous from Tanzania. Tanzania very anxious and eager to get to the World Cup. They were very, very close in 2021. I think that's the closest they've been to the World Cup.
Now the chance is in their hands if they want to get to the World Cup.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth,
with
Peter.
them.
I was going to say that now, at least this time, they have fate in their own hands and it's all up to them. Very well played there by Dylan. Just runs the ball down. Somehow he manages to get through. Manages to get the ball through to the slip cordon. We get a single. Tentative approach here from Team Tanzania. No big shots yet, but it's a day of derbies. There's a West African derby happening at the Unilag Oval. Yeah, Nigeria taking on Sierra Leone in that one. Again, the only sides yet to win a game in this tournament. Nigeria batting first, and they're 11 for no loss. Yeah, big shot car loading there from Omari. The chase is on. They should be able to catch up with the ball. A heavy outfield and very good running between the wickets here from Dylan and Omari. They pick up 3 runs. Yeah, I think Omari was tired of looking around this time. He just took a simple shimmy down the wicket and connects with the ball.
It was only a matter of time before I knew he was going to get impatient of letting those balls go by. And finally, he built up that momentum, that confidence, that courage to actually do something about that and make sure the bowlers start to bowl in variations, because they've kept the ball on that line since he's been facing, and now he's got to give them something to think about. Dylan didn't seem ready. Stepped back and had Nyodoshi halting in the middle of his run. That ball signaled by the umpire. And Nyodoshi walks back to his run up. Dylan takes his stance again. And Doshi can continue from where he stopped.
I think they're all trying to get out of their crease just to try and negate that swing from Doshi. They're not very quick balls, but he sort of hits the right line and length. Very confident young man. He gives some choice words there to Dylan Tucker. I don't know why Dylan is getting very anxious. Not necessary now. It's just, this is just the 3rd over.
Dylan has really struggled in this tournament. Dylan hasn't gone past 3 overs since entering into the tournament. Highest putting up only a total of 16 runs in the last 3 innings for the Tanzanian side, getting out for 0 of 4 balls in the previous game against Namibia.
He is a very good player, but you know, good counts for nothing if you cannot go out there and show it. I think sometimes the problem, especially with the young players now, you get so anxious when you face a lot of dot balls. Again, very good stuff there from Neil. Very good line and length. And that brings an end to the 3rd over, 7 for no loss. Anthony Ndungu will continue from the pavilion end. Wicket to wicket has been a very good decision. A good choice for bowlers from that particular end. Thick outside edge, thick inside edge. Runs down to fine leg, they'll pick up a single. Tanzania winning the toss and electing to bat first. Good decision, Peter, you feel, because a lot of the teams that are batting first have actually won.
Yeah, on this ground, every team that has batted first has gone on to win the game, and Tanzania, being the most beneficiaries of that, want to continue in that style. I think it puts less pressure on them when they're coming into bold and chase. They prefer to put on the board and chase.
Yeah, we know cricketers very, very superstitious people. I don't know if you are superstitious, Peter. But I'll tell you, cricketers, especially Team Uganda, very, very superstitious. No changing team seats is allowed on the team bus throughout the whole tournament for Uganda.
Every team has their culture.
And I know a thing or two about Uganda, that their culture is the seat that you take from the airport to the hotel when you've just landed for the tournament is the same seat you will have throughout the whole tournament until you go back home. If you change seats, you're deemed to bring bad luck.
We've not seen too many seat change, but we've seen tides turn in this tournament. Uganda, one of the top dogs, have really, really struggled. We've only managed to win a game against Sierra Leone.
I'll tell you, even on their struggles, no one has changed seats. So that's a sort of team culture that very, very superstitious, and not just, and that comes from the senior team, not just from the junior boys. It comes from top to bottom. So even the youngsters believe in it very, very much. Yeah, the umpire there, Mr. Patrick Makumi Musoke, just having a word with Dylan. Not sure what exactly it is, but you would want to be a fly on the wall there to just pick up on the conversation. Peter, were you ever superstitious when you played? Or you have no superstition at all?
I wouldn't call it a superstition. I would say it's more of culture.
Big shot loading there, Dylan. This time in the ball in the slot. 1-2 bounces into the rope and the first boundary for Tanzania. Overcompensating there from Anthony, and it gets too close. Dylan picks it up well, hits over the infield for a boundary. Easy pickings for him. The first boundary for the team, and that should give him some confidence as well.
The power play always has disadvantages like that to the field setting, because you always want to minimize, you always want to maximize that space, and especially when using pace bowlers.
You have to run very quickly. Dylan gets off the strike. After a boundary, make sure you pick up a single. Good stuff there from Tanzania. Full toss. Not very well connected by Omari. He feels that he will miss out on that one. That was a ball for the hitting. It had a boundary written all over it. But that will be the end of the fourth over. 13 for no loss, Tanzania. Wides indicated by Percival Cesar, and good work there from the captain, the keeper Yash. That one was sprayed down the leg side by Neil. I don't know if in this incident he was trying to bowl the in-swinger.
He's done. He's already satisfied with taking that ball off the wicket. Now he wants to attack this time. Probably did put too much swing behind that. Wasn't the line he was looking for. He looked to make adjustments, but looked to wait longer. As Tanzania has taken a quick single off that ball towards the leg side.
Again, another one on the pads. In different overs so far from Neil. This time persisting on the pads. I don't know what he's trying to achieve. Maybe he's trying to get them to play down the wrong line. And he's also trying to bring the stumps in play. In the previous 2 overs, it's just really been very, very tight outside that off-stump line. Sort of on the 4th stump. But this time he's persisted on the pads.
Kenya, I do not think they are used to this type of feeling. Usually by these stages of the game, they've averaged nothing less than 2 wickets. And now so far, they're yet to pick up one against the Tanzanian side that usually loses a wicket in the first 5 overs.
Yeah, very different Tanzanian sides. A very high stakes game, so probably Team Tanzania also knows what's at stake for them. They're just going to make sure they stay in the fight for as long as possible. And this is a 50-over game. We saw what happened yesterday. If you don't lose wickets, then things can work in your favor. Namibia had 117 runs for 2 in 34 overs. And after the rain, when they worked out the Duckworth-Lewis method, they were given an extra 50 runs. Again, another big shot there from Dylan. This time he gets a good connection. And that will go to the ropes. Walk across the line, but gets the rewards. Dylan. Second boundary for Tanzania.
Could I replay that ball? Came in very straight shot towards the on drive with a very lovely on pull shot. Dylan has recorded his personal best in the tournament. Previously he had 11 and now he has another 11. Going forward, I think we want to do more than that.
Yeah, commenters cast Peter. I try and stay away from batter statistics. Once you start giving them flowers, then they hand them back to you. Doesn't collect that in his follow through, but I think it had grounded. A good stop there from Neil Doshi. Maybe we'll see it on the replay. I don't think it was a catch. Oh, straight back to the bowler, but doesn't hold on to it in his follow through. Difficult chance, but they all count.
Tanzania have been really lucky in terms of batting as they've seen themselves getting dropped. They've seen their batters getting dropped a couple of times, several times in the tournament, on this ground especially.
Yeah, that one coming in very, very sharply. You can see Dylan just walking away because Neil is giving him some mouth, like we like to call it. But after 5 overs, Tanzania is 20 for no loss. Very good soft hands here from Omari. Anthony Ndungu continuing from the pavilion end. Tanzania was guilty of losing some very early wickets, but today the openers hanging in there. You need to bat time. This is a game of time, 50 over cricket. You have so much time in this game that as long as you buy time, it puts you in a very good place. There's a change in the Tanzanian field, the Kenyan field. They put a man at long on. So they bring in the fine leg. There's a short deal and played down that side. I think they are in anticipation that another one could come.
Now the balls are starting to threaten the wicket, and Umar is having difficulties with that. I think that is the reason for the long gun, because Umar hasn't actually played short towards that direction, as he's been going mostly towards his covers.
I was telling you yesterday, Peter, that Namibia very, very benefiting from having wickets in hand. So in case yesterday the weather affecting most of both games here at the TBS and TBS Oval and the Unilag Oval. Small total for Nigeria to chase because they had picked up a lot of the Nigerian wickets. Very good stuff there from Dylan. Stands up to the ball, and that should be able to get to the boundary. A third boundary for him and a third boundary for Tanzania. This time a very powerful back foot punch there from Dylan. Top quality shot. Gets right on top of the bounce of the ball, the short side of the ground, and that easily gets to the boundary.
Yeah, see, look, chase that ball we had, we just couldn't stop it. If there was any time Tanzania needed Dillian to step up, it was now, and he's done just that.
Again tries to go big in the air. This time back-to-back boundaries for Dylan and for Tanzania. In the slaughter from Anthony and punished again. Again this time going airborne from Dylan, but gets over the infield and gets another boundary. The runs are starting to pile up here for Team Tanzania.
If there's any corrections Kenya need to make, they need to start making it now. They need to start breaking this partnership. This partnership is looking threatening for them going forward.
Yeah, I think the problem for them is that they put a man down and then sort of Anthony's ball into another plan. So the cover is in the wrong area. It's overcompensating, trying to get away from the batter and sprays it wide the leg side. So the plan for Anthony should be bowling to what the team needs, because the protection for him is down the ground and not square of the wicket. Square of the wicket is a short boundary. Anything he bowls loose on the offside will be easy pickings for the batter. No foot movement from Red Dylan, but won't matter, just reaching for the ball. A big over already for them. In the first 2 overs, there were only 2 runs in the first 2 overs. So they've been able to score another 28 runs in the next 4 overs. That's how much time you have in a 50 over game, as long as you can be patient. After 6 overs, 30 for no loss, Tanzania.
Bowling change now. Kushal Patel has broken up the opening partnership of Anthony and Neil Goshi. Kenya decided to stick with the pace. Coming in off that ball, Tanzania took 2 quick runs with a late cut from Omari. Goalie went down, couldn't go down fast enough, but beats the goalie. Quick pick up from stopping the ball for reaching the boundary, but Tanzania was able to get 2 runs off that ball quickly.
And another swing and a miss. Struggled outside that off-stump line there. Omari. The Kenyans not going to the slow bowling options yet. I think maybe Tanzania was starting to get away and scoring too many runs. So the captain Yash thought of a bowling change.
This is part of the things that happen when you let a partnership build up this long. To let the partnership last too long, and they feel confident, and they are doing what they know how to do best, and that is put more runs on the board.
Yeah, that's true. I think for Dylan and Omar is just to make sure they put their heads down. Like you mentioned, Tanzania have been losing some early wickets. Have always been bailed out by the captain Laksh. But today they need to build from the top. Again, that goes down the leg side. Some shape on the ball there from Krish Patel. Very, very important team for this young Kenyan team. The last qualifier for the World Cup in 2017 when they broke Ugandan hearts in Nairobi. Again, goes across the line, but too much shape on the ball. So Kenya, it's been a while since they won the World Cup. They haven't been back since 2018. For Tanzania, they hope that this will be first time. Lagos will be first time lucky. I think they will be the only team that won't mind the jam yesterday if they qualify for the World Cup. Very well played by Omari. Comes down on the ball. Doesn't use hard hands. And a good over there to start off things from Krish Patel. 33 for no loss after 7, Tanzania.
Bowling change. Kenya decided to withdraw the pace on the ball, sending in spinner Stan Smith in the quest for a first wicket and look to break this partnership building up between Dilian and Omari. First ball to get Dilian to see what he is into. You know, Dennis, we have Omari who is back. After the first game, he got injured and didn't play in the last 2, but he's back now and he's looking strong. He's looking calm.
I don't know why he didn't throw. There was a chance there. Neil, he should have taken a shot at the stumps. There's enough cover because Dylan was struggling. Can see now Kenya desperate for a wicket. They have people around the bat. 2 people in sleep waiting. Stian Smith, one of the players from the previous qualifiers 2 years ago in Dar es Salaam. Swing and a miss there from Omari. Trying to go for a big sweep shot. A very well ball there by Stian Smith. Tosses it up in the air, but it has some good turn and bounce. Played nice and easy from Omari. Omari has really been the quiet one, has only 8 from 24. Dylan has been the aggressor, 20 from 23 for him. And tossed up in the air, but played very calmly by Omari. Good over to start off things here from Stian Smith, gave away just a 1 run. 34 for no loss after 8.
Kushi Patel is back from the court of appeal end for his second over.
Kushil Patel gets the big wicket. Dylan Tucker had a start but is not able to carry on. And a very, very good catch there from the captain, Yash. Dylan trying to back away from a ball bowled in the channel. And he's only able to get a thick outside edge. And very, very good catch there by Yash. Tanzania lose their first wicket, 34 for 1. Took as many as 8 overs to get the first wicket, Kenya. But they finally get the breakthrough. Karim Rashid Kisetu is the new batter for Tanzania.
Kushi Patel was the man who finally broke that partnership.
Yeah, Karim, one of the few batters in the tournament to get a half century. Very, very important for them at the top of the order. So you hope that he can be able to push the envelope for Tanzania. Very well done. Gets off the mark immediately, Karim. Again, good areas there from Rishal Patel. Peter, yesterday the traffic in Lagos, 9-hour traffic. Not a very good experience for some of us, but I think we are becoming locals now. We shall know. We shall learn to find our ways to the hotel. Again, goes across the line, but they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, Dennis, like they say, when you're in Rome, act like the Romans. You are in Lagos now, so you have to act like Lagosian, always finding the shortcuts,
Yeah,
and making sure you find your way through at every given opportunity.
and we appreciate Legoshan who took us around. We took shortcuts, and within a minute we were already at the hotel. So we're wondering why they left us seated in that jam for all that time. Again, very good stuff. Good line and length there from Rushil Patel. Karim Rashid Kiseto. No ideas about that one. Where I come from, 9 hours will take you. That is most of the time you will need to travel from one corner of the country to another. So you can imagine being stuck in one place. Oh. Pops up in the air but will land safely. Again, the ball taking off there from a good area from Rushil Patel.
Just hits the handle of the bat and goes skyways.
Not an easy wicket to bat on. You have to dig deep. And the bowlers are not even bowling freebies. I haven't seen anyone bowling half volleys. So you have to work for your runs. That one was in the slot. It's one that you need to score runs off, but they don't get many. And that will conclude the 9th over, 36 for 1. Last couple of overs, very, very good for Kenya. They've been able to keep the Tanzanians in check. Stian Smith will continue from the pavilion end. When I was coming here, Peter, I got a very good history lesson from, and thanks to the traffic as well, from the general manager of NCF, Mr. Emeka, about this TBS and why it's called the Tafawa Balewa Square. My West African history has improved.
There's still many more to learn. There's still very much more to learn. But let's start off baby steps, shall we?
But very good stuff again from Stian Smith. Gets in position very quickly this time, Omari, and they'll pick up just a single. Omari has been in and about 9 for him of 29 balls. It's a sort of a quiet assassin. You won't see him coming. I think when you drop anchor like that, you want the rest of the team to bat around you, so don't throw away your wicket.
Kenya has been one of the highest scoring run side in this tournament. You know, if you want to beat a team like this going into the second inning, you have to put something on the board.
Yeah, that's very well played there by Karim Kiseto. Doesn't get nearly stopped the ball just before we go to the boundary, but it won't happen. Yeah, Yuvraj clearly indicating that it's a boundary, but gave himself very good room there. Karim Rashid Kiseto nearly stepped on it just before he got to the rope, but Yuvraj unable to stop it. Gets in position very early there, Karim Kiseto. Karim Rashid Kiseto.
Dian and Umari have been doing a very good job at making the Tanzanian field setting chase after balls.
The problem there, it's difficult to sweep Stian Smith because of the turn and bounce.
Somehow Stian Smith has maintained that very good line, adding an extra bounce to the balls. So it's coming up, and you as a batter, those kind of balls, you want to step out and play, but it's going to be very risky early in the game.
Good control there from Karim Kiseto. This is the last over of the power play. He'll pick up a comfortable double. End of the 10th over, halfway stage and end of the power play. 43 for Nolos, Tanzania. The only wicket to fall, that of Dylan Manish Tucker. Got a quick fire 20 before he departed. In this very, very important East African derby, where Tanzania won the toss and decided to bat first. And at the end of the power play, Peter departs from the commentary box, and I'm joined by the man from the land of 1,000 hills, Mr. Bob Bashir Songa. It's looking at the batting scorecard there for Tanzania. Dylan Tucker, the only wicket to fall, 20 from 24 balls for him. Got 4 boundaries as well. But his opening partner, Omari Koba Ramadan, is still in there, 9 from 29, and is being joined by Karim Rashid Kiseto. Straight the back down the ground. You can use the ruler if you want, but that will still be very straight. Such a very good shot there from Karim Rashid Kiseto.
Oh, what a shot there from that man, Karim. I beg your pardon, Omari. Straight as a die, straight as a ruler, as you just said. To get yet another boundary is Team Tanzania looking very solid. 47, just 3 runs shy of that half century is Team Tanzania. Of course, after losing that big wicket over Dylan again, not converting those stats into the big score. That has been his story.
Yeah, I need a big inning here from Dylan. He looked like he was on the course of a big number.
Shot on the occasion, wide delivery there. Straight to that man at covers. Looks like he's getting into the groove is Omari. Dylan once again failing, as you just mentioned, to go for that big number. For the first time, interestingly, he's played out more than 20 minutes at the crease. Getting, of course, 4 boundaries to his name.
Yeah, Bobby only allowed 2 per over, but I see you're bowling more than that for Dylan. Very good soft hands there from Omari. They play with some maturity, Omari and Karim Rashid Kiseto. Way beyond their age, because they have some very good control. Their shot selection very good as well. But I need to upload the very, can see there in the corner up at the cricket club, you know, a section of Kenyan parents who are out there to support the team. We've seen the Kenyan parents, we've seen the Namibians as well. It's very, very good to see them here supporting their children as they play in this competition. A swing and a miss from Karim Rashid Kiseto. But Tanzania, a big game for them. There will be very big celebrations in Dar es Salaam if they're able to get the result today.
Indeed, a lot of people are watching back in Dar es Salaam, especially our friend there, Abik Patwa. Cheering, of course, for these young men. Trying to see if they can get to that slot to the World Cup. They're just a win away.
Yeah, I think a slot at the World Cup will not be only a victory for these young men here, but it will be a victory for a whole country, a whole generation as well. There have been players such as Abik Patwa, the current CEO, Hamisi Abdallah, who never got the opportunity of playing at the World Cup. But it will also be a victory for them because they've kept the game alive in the country.
Not only the victory to the Tanzanians, but again, remember, whoever qualifies from this division is going to be cheered for every single team that is playing in this league. I beg your pardon, this tournament. Driven again down the ground. They will scamper for 2 runs. Very good running between the wickets from these two. They know each other, is Karim Kiseto and Omari. He missed out on a couple of games, of course, after injuring himself in the first game. But this time round, he looks very solid after, of course, facing 32 for his 14 runs is Omari. And Tanzania cross 50 up inside 11 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. You see the bowling chart led by that man, Neil Doshi, going for only 12 with an economy of 4. And he is Krish Patel, the young brother of Vishil Patel, the former captain of the under-19. Picking up that wicket, breaking that partnership. Up front, going for only 11 runs, picking up his 8th wicket in the tournament. Back to the leg spinner, Stian Smith, shot number 72. We saw him yesterday getting some patches out of the wicket. going for only 12 runs in his 6. Goes on the back footer, cut away powerfully, sloppy there at that fielder, from that fielder at point, allowing the ball to race away to the boundary. Neil Doshi being the culprit there in the field.
Yeah, you can see there are some of the people on the Kenyan technical team just reminding, and very good play there from Karim Kiseto. That's the second boundary. He's hit behind point. He really creates very good room for himself. And this is the shorter side of the ground there for Stian Smith. I think it was going to be a cardinal sin for him to bowl without some extra cover. And immediately the captain sent someone there to extra cover to try and protect that boundary region.
Interesting how I was about to say how Stian Smith, being a leg spinner, shorter part of the ground, having a man at deep mid wicket and a long one, giving of course enough room for these batsmen to penetrate the gaps here in covers and point. They have so far scored 2 boundaries off his own bowling in that particular region.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're bowler, when you're batter who can bowl, you start to think that batters are going to hit where you always hit.
Full on that occasion, but there's protection in the deep. He will cut it off to only 1 run. Is Anil Doshi.
Maybe Yash could be thinking of a bowling change rather than Stian Smith is starting to leak runs. Was tied in his first over, but now he's starting to leak runs.
Takes a little shimmy, walks past 1, is Omari. Beaten by that flighted delivery from Stian Smith. He picks up his first wicket, the second for Team Kenya, getting rid of Omari.
Yeah, what a gift there from Omari. Just took a walk down the wicket and then a wild swing across the line. Completely missed the ball. Stian Smith, a very, very happy man, and he sends him off. I'll tell you, Rashid, Karim Kiseto on the other end gave Omari a very ugly look because he was not happy with what he did. I think they just indicated that it's going to be time for drinks break. So that shot, very, very unnecessary, a rush to the head there from Omari. He had done so much work, but somehow he gives it away. And he loses his wicket. Tanzania lose their second. They are 56 for 2. Can see that on the replay again. Just got enough to beat that outside edge. The simplest of stampings for the captain, Yash. And then Stian Smith sends him off. 56 for 2. Tanzania.
There you see the first partnership, of course, from Omari Koba Ramadan, who has to walk back to the dugout. 34 of 49 alongside Dylan Takar. Those two new men, those two opening batsmen are back into the dugout, trying to contribute. Another partnership with Karim Kiseto, 22 of 21, walking past 1, making it very easy for the captain, Yash Gohil, to get their second wicket. 2 new men at the crease, Laksh Bakrania, Karim Kiseto. The 2 gentlemen who are going to decide whether Team Tanzania will finish their first innings with a very comfortable total. The captain joining Karim Kiseto. They had a partnership on day 1 of 97 off 162 balls. They would love, of course, to replicate that innings. A man who takes his time at the crease, analyzing the pitch. Laksh Bakrania, he's been outstanding. He is leading with the runs, 138 to be precise. From that occasion, plays it back straight to Stian Smith.
Yeah, Bob, if you remember well, these two put on the rescue act in the game against Uganda. Had a partnership of 97 that dragged them in a deep hole. And I think, again, they'll have to play an inning of their lives as Tanzania chase a first World Cup appearance. 56 for 2 after 12 overs.
That was the wicket of Stian Smith getting rid of Omari. There will be a change in the bowling from the Court of Appeal end. Chidambaram comes in. More spin coming from both ends for Team Kenya. Trying, of course, to slow down that run rate of 4.6. Very interesting action there from Chidambaram. Gonna be very. Look at that one that comes back in.
Yeah, some mystery bowling so far. You're not sure which one is coming, so you need to be very, very careful.
Calls for a big booming driver, gets an inside edge. Not enough timing on that occasion from Karim Kiseto trying to play him over that fielder at covers.
I think the best plan here, Bob, would be that once you see one that is flighted up, you need to use your feet and get to the pitch of the ball very quickly.
Very tidy over there from Chidambaram, starting off with the maiden. It is 56 for 2 after 13.
After 13 overs, a good passage of play for Kenya now after getting rid of the two opening batters. They are trying to wrestle back the initiative. Karim Kiseto came out and played some lovely shots, but he's been kept quiet for the last few balls.
Coming round the wicket is Stian Smith to the left-hander. Well played again, watchfully there from Laksh Bakrania. Expect to see more of those dot balls from that young man. Takes a lot of time to get going. It's the outside edge on that occasion from Stian Smith.
Yeah, Bob, I've really liked the application there from Laksh Bakrania. Bats very late in the senior men's team, but interestingly on the junior team he bats at number 4. And his runs have come in very, very handy for the team. As many as 138 for him in the tournament so far.
Plays it again straight to Stian Smith. Indeed, he has to bat very deep in the national team, given they have the likes of Abik Patwa, Ivan Selemani, Mohamed Omari Kitunda, Akil Anil. Those are not players you can bat ahead. One of the players who have really shown how they play this long format. He takes his time. He has all the patience. Comes out there in the middle, very focused. Full of that occasion, pierces that gap through covers. 2 is the call. They're running very hard as the captain Laksh gets off the mark with that lovely cover drive.
Yeah, lovely cover. A good extension of the arms there from Laksh. Very, very heavy outfield, and that's the bigger side of the ground, so getting a boundary is not easy. Actually, there hasn't been a boundary scored on that end so far. All the boundaries have been this other side if the bowlers are coming from the pavilion end. 14 overs gone, 58 for 2 at Tanzania.
gonna be, of course, Chidambaram to continue from the Court of Appeal end. A man who has almost a similar action as one of Washington Sunda in the international. And the brother, of course, to a former under 19 leg spinner, Abhishek, who was part of that under 19 back in 2017.
Yeah, a lot of family in this Kenyan team. I think that's the history of the game anywhere in the world. You will find a lot of siblings in different teams. But I like the mystery of Saijesh. And I want to see how he's going to be faring against the captain.
Straight away he goes round the wicket for the left-hander. He has two players around the bat there in first slip and a very close gully in Stian Smith.
You can see that took off there from a good length. But I think as long as Laksh had covered his lines, he was safe. One of the parents here, the Kenyan parents, very, very passionate. He's always blowing the vuvuzela on his feet, supporting the team. And I understand he's also one of the team sponsors. He's a father to the captain. I think if my son ever plays for the baby cricket cranes, I'm picking a whole tree, not just a leaf.
Full on that occasion, driven powerfully straight to that man at covers, at mid-off, I beg your pardon. And they scupper for a quick single at these two, very risky but effective for Ukraine and Team Tanzania.
Yeah, Laksh looked like he was struggling to make it to the other end. But he's the one who called for the run and a good clean pick-up and throw. I think a direct hit would have had him in trouble.
Yesterday, Team Kenya had 5 run-outs that went begging. I almost kept you in check.
You know what they say about what you just said, Bob, in Uganda? You've washed and then dried in the mud. 15 overs gone, 60 for 2 Tanzania.
60 for 2 Team Tanzania after 15 overs. As of course that man you just had for the last 15 overs, Dennis Musali, going to have, of course, a breakfast, allowing Mr. Ajao Grace Olomide joining me here in the commentary box. He's been watching a lot of action from the sides. It's going to be Stian Smith to continue from the pavilion end. Welcome into the commentary box, Ajao. First time Team Tanzania is moving at 4 runs and over, looking at that projected score of 200. If they can get anything close to that. Short ball on that occasion, not enough timing. They're running very hard. Can this ball race away to the boundary? The chase is on, but the chase will be in vain as Laksh Bakrania gets his first boundary. Taking a liking of that half tracker from Stian Smith, knowing exactly that the fielder was inside the ring. No chance whatsoever for those two fielders converging. Much needed yet again boundary for Team Tanzania. They're moving at 4 runs and over. We've seen there's not a single team that have managed to chase down a target here at the TBS. We all know anything that crosses 150 is going to be challenging. They're cruising in. Team Tanzania again on one knee, sweep shot. There's a man in the deep, Neil Doshi, who cuts it off to only 1 run. The intentions are clear here. Laksh Bakrania and Karim Kiseto rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking. They move to 65 for 2. Turning out to be a very big over here for Team Tanzania. 5 already off. 2 deliveries of Stian Smith. Picked up a wicket, of course, of Omari, who walked past 1. Dropped by the looks of it from the captain, Yash Gohil, behind the stumps. Chasing a wide delivery is a Karim Kiseto. He lives to die another day. He's a man who will give you a chance in his innings. He was dropped 4 times when he scored his half century, and this time round Commentators cast again. Karim Kiseto has to depart. Chasing again a widish delivery. Not enough timing. Not in total control of that shot. He takes a very good catch on the third attempt. Not in any control whatsoever. But look at that take on the third juggle. They know this wicket means a lot to Team Kenya. Getting their third wicket is Team Kenya. 65 for 3 after 15.3. Stian Smith picks up his second. Welcome, Ajao. Those were earlier the 4 boundaries from that man Dylan Takar. He was put down, of course, off his bowling. Neil Doshi kept on piling up runs until he got one straight to the wicketkeeper. Getting that boundary through that man at point, who was very sloppy earlier on. Neil Doshi picking up two boundaries of Stian Smith in that particular region.
Captain of Tanzania doing what he does best, getting so much needed boundary for his team.
And the big wicket of course, Karim Kiseto. And a very good catch indeed at point to make sure Team Tanzania, after 15.4, they are 3 wickets down with the 65 runs on board, as the two teams, of course, with that wicket, they had a chance to have a cooling break. It is humid, hot here in Lagos at the Tafawa Balewa Square. It is the ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. These two sides sitting at the top log with, of course, 6 points by Team Tanzania being on the top with the very good net run rate of 1.9. There you see the batting chart of Team Tanzania. 2 partnerships, 34 of 49 from Omari and Dylan, and Kiseto and Omari again 22 of 21. Not much there from Karim Kiseto and Laksh Bakrenia. 9 of 24. Giving an easy catch is Karim Kiseto, who had to depart. Almost 2 new batsmen at the crease for Team Tanzania. 2 left-handers up against, of course, the man who will be bowling it into the left-handers, given they will be hitting, I beg your pardon, that's a right-hander. Almost confused me here in the commentary box.
Another one shipping away from the batsman. Pick a dot from that. Let's continue to walk around that outside off area. Keeping the batsman thinking.
Agustino Meya Mwemele joins Laksh. Beats the outside edge straight away from Stian Smith. And of course, with that dot ball, we come to the end of the 16th over, picking up a wicket. Going for only 1 run is Stian Smith and Team Kenya. 65 for 3 after 16, Tanzania.
Yeah, this was the wicket of that man, Karim Kiseto. Look at that juggle for a catch. Tried 3 times, ended up holding on to it. Karim Kiseto not really shaping up well for that shot, backing away. No force behind it, just giving the wicket away.
Sajith to continue from the Court of Appeal end. Full on that occasion, driven straight to that man at covers. No run taken. Gotta be very careful. He is flighting it, enticing deliveries, trying to see if he can deceive the batsman. He has no one at the boundary ropes at long off or long on. Yash Gohil sends one at long off. Rocks back on the back foot again, straight to that man, covers. Same ball, same result. Very healthy run rate over 3.9 is the Team Tanzania moving on. Given, of course, they bat very deep. We saw the other day Mohamed Simba Mbaki, Marara putting on a show of his own, making sure they register their third win, scoring 60. Lunges him forward. Another dot ball, 3 dot balls from Sajit Chidambaram.
Yeah, you mentioned that name. We called him the Lion, Simba Mbaki. Very well that day. The Kenyans continue to chip away with the dot balls, knowing this will create pressure at some time for this Tanzanian batting. You mentioned they bat very deep, trying to make a partnership of this two, Agostino and Lash. They've done it previous games. They know how to hold in. You can see Lash as patient as ever. Has a lot of balls to spare. So he's taking his time, building up gradually. 65 for the loss of 3 wickets after 17 overs.
More spinner, Stan Smith to continue from the pavilion end. Up against another right-handed batsman, Agustino Meya. He is a new batsman, but he's made sure he removes that man in the deep extra cover. Cut away powerfully, no timing whatsoever, straight to that man at covers. Gotta bowl some tight lines because anything that comes out of the sweet spot of that blade of Agustino is gonna race away to the boundary. Goes for a big sweep shot on that occasion. Nobody moves, says Agustino Meya. Getting off the mark in style. With that lovely sweep shot into the vacant region at deep mid-wicket. They keep the scoreboard ticking and runs flowing is Team Tanzania. Picked it up on the legs stamper. Knowing that fielder in the deep was a little bit wider. Allowing him, of course, to get off the mark with the boundary. He's picked up, of course, 2 wickets, but he's been a little bit expensive on this occasion. Is Stan Smith. Shot again, cut powerfully straight to that man at covers. You could see the intentions are clear. He's trying to penetrate that gap between covers and point, where he knows it is into the vacant region.
And again, going for that cut shot. Has miscued it completely. Gets no result from it. You shouldn't let those kind of balls go. With an offer there, Bob.
With an offer, he is trying to overhit that ball. You can see one of the reasons he's not getting his timing right. This time around, he goes back on the back foot. Plays it back to the bowler, Stan Smith. When you look at those 2 last dot balls, trying to play that cut shot, had hands on that occasion from Agustino, driven powerfully down the ground, but there's a man inside the ring at mid-on who denies them that quick single. And of course, with that dot ball, we come to the end of the 18th. 69 for 3, moving at 3.8 is Team Tanzania.
And you can see the scorecard. Mario, 16 of 34 deliveries. Got a boundary there. Strike rate 47.06. Dylan Taka has come to the party today. He's given 20 off his 24 deliveries, 4 boundaries there at a strike rate of 83.33.
Interesting to see the first 3 batsmen, the 3 wickets, both getting into double digits, driven powerfully down the grounder. But there's protection in the deep at long off. They all settle for only 1 run, as of course that man who was named after a city in India, of course, Chidambaram, the major town, of course, in Tamil Nadu. They have lovely universities and colleges there. Most of the people in Rwanda 7 to 8 years ago, they used to go to that city, Chidambaram. They know a thing or two about his city he was named after. He is a Sajit Chidambaram. Of course, they would love him to represent that city and of course the nation, Team Kenya. He's yet to pick up a wicket, but look at those figures. He's gone for only 3 runs in his 3.2. Not an easy bowler to pick. Goes for a big booming drive, not enough timing again from Agustino. This is the 5th time he's tried to overhit the ball.
And again, ball has gone nowhere. He's not timing it at all. He's not getting into the middle of the bat. He's not doing something right. Needs to watch it.
Soft hands on that occasion from Agustino Meya. Not an easy of the bowlers. He is facing, of course, inside Jith. Goes again big, straight to that man again. Who end his 4th over, giving away only 1 run. It is 70 for 3 after 19. Team Tanzania. There will be a change in the bowling. Stian Smith is being rested by the captain. As we see that man who has already picked up 2 player of the matches. Shot number 47, Akish Sekar. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Full ball, deft touch there from the captain. Adeus Campo for yet another single. I love these tactics from the Kenyans. They're making sure the very fast delivery over any over they're giving Laksh a single, keeping him off strike and bowling 5 dot balls to that man who's struggling to get his timing right, Agustino Meya. He has a slip in play. There you see Yash Gohil taking his time to say the right field. This time round he brings that man around the square leg region. He has a deep mid wicket and a long off. Up against another magician with the ball in hand, Akshit Sekar. In the air for quite some time. Into no man's land. The host camp for yet another single. Bring back that man who's been kept quiet. Laksh Bakrania already into double digits. 10 of 21.
Very steady man. Batsmanship by Lash showed throughout this tournament. He's there, steady the ship. There's a problem, you know. He knows how to soak in pressure. He plays effortlessly, looking good, elegant all the time.
And of course, Yash Gohil, shot number 11, the captain, who can keep a batsman. They know this is the wicket to take if they stand a chance, of course, of registering there Fourth win. He's a man, of course, he will not give you many chances up front in his innings. Takes a lot of time to build his innings. Is Lakshma Krania. Quicker on the occasion. Well played again, straight to that man at covers. And of course, with that dot ball, he starts off giving away only 2 is Akshis Sekar. 72 for 3 after 20 overs. You see the bowling card. 2 wickets so far from Stian Smith. A little bit expensive, going for 24 runs in his 6. And that wicket, Krish Patel, breaking the opening partnership. Going for only 4 runs in his 3 overs. And once again, very good figures there. Look at that economy rate from Chidambaram, going for only 3 runs in his 4 overs. 21 dot balls. It's going to be very key in this first half of the game. Goes on the back foot, knocks him over, being outfoxed by that man Chidambaram. Getting his first wicket. Dot ball, they say. Caught in 2 minds is Agustino Meyer. And look at that turn to take off the off stump. Picking up their 4th is Team Kenya. It is 72 for 4 after 20.1, I beg your pardon, overs. Let's have a look at that again on the replay. That's more of a boomerang. Way outside off stump. But look at that turn coming back to the right hander, taking top of off from Chidambaram. Getting his first wicket, and a big one, of course, from Agustino Meyer, who was struggling. He's been, of course, put out of his misery. He has to take the long way back to the dugout.
Yeah, the middle line of those balls was struggling against the spinners. Spinners doing a lot of things. That ball came. You can see again on replay. You can't watch it enough. What a turn there, Bob. What a turn.
One of the, I'll say here loud and clear, this should be one of the bowlers of the one of the balls of the tournament. We saw that young man, Neil Doshi, the opening bowler of Team Kenya yesterday, getting one. Jaffa to Roman Ali, who had no clue whatsoever. The very first delivery of the game. And this young man, Sajith, with an economy rate of 0.
Giving nothing away. You can see how tidy they are outside that off stump, that 4th stump line. It's paid off.
Down the leg side to the new man in Ali Hafidi Ali, a man who was named twice. First time he comes in Ali, ahead of course, Mohamed Simba Baki and Akre Pasco Hugo, the wicketkeeper batsman.
Yeah. Ali Afridi has been in this situation not once. He has to build a partnership with Lask. He knows it. Just patiently trying to play himself into this game. And need a partnership going on. We've seen the run rates drop. Wow, what a Jaffa beating outside edge of Ali's bat. Some brilliant bowling on display here. The Tafawa Balewa square.
Getting some patches is that man Chidambaram to the new batsman. Another dot ball. No answers so far from Ali Afidi. Joining, of course, the captain Lakshma Krania. Full again, up and over that man at covers. The 2 fielders converging, running very hard. They will settle for 2 runs to end over number 21 with the scoreboard reading 75 for 4. Team Tanzania moving at 3.5 runs and over. If you're just joining us, of course, At the Unilag, it is Nigeria looking for their first win. Playing Sierra Leone. Nigeria put into bat first. They are on 54 for 4 after 19. That man George Sese leading from the front once again, picking up 3 wickets, bowling only 5 overs. Maiden going for 17 runs. It's going to be more spin coming in for Team Kenya. Sekal to continue from the pavilion end.
Driven, found man at covers, Lashk. And Bob, you saw the run rate at above 4 per over. And I think the loss of wickets has done something to that run rate. It's dropped below 4 now. So about 3.54. And they're trying to pick it up from here, trying to build a partnership. Is Lashk and Ali.
Not only the run rate dropping, I love the fact that they've made sure Laksh has been given a single so that they target and attack the other end, where it is, of course, paying the price. We saw Agustino getting rid of that man, Chidambaram. And now this is the right time to attack the new man in, Ali Hafidi Ali. There is a sleeping place. There's a man at covers. Deep mid wicket and the long on. Plays it to the back foot is Ali Hafidi. Intelligent cricket here from the Kenyans. They'll make sure they bowl the next dot balls to Ali Hafidi Ali.
Yeah, very good tactics. Like you said, they make sure, at least for the past 2 overs, giving Lashk that single to put pressure on the new batsman in the crease. They know the quality Lashk is made of. So they want to get him off strike as much as possible. They've done that brilliantly.
Goes for another big cut shot straight to that man at covers. Very smart cricket indeed from the Kenyans. They have managed to pick up 4 wickets inside 21 overs. Goes on the back foot, gets something in the inside part of the bat. They're running very hard for the second one. Run out chance. Not the best of throws. Allowing these two to scamper for 2 runs. Much needed 2 runs. He would love, of course, to finish on a high. He's gone for only 3 runs in this over. Is Akshith Sekar. Full game, well played by Ali Hafidi Ali. With that dot ball, we come to the end of the 22nd. 78 for 4, Team Tanzania. Moving at 3.5 runs and over. Let's have a look again on that wicket of Chidambaram. Ball of the tournament, I reckon here. Way outside off stump. Look at that turn. No idea whatsoever for that man there, Agustino Moore, shot number 49. Young man, you gotta have a look at that when you get to the hotel. The only thing was gonna save him was putting some bat on it. Coming round the wicket to the captain, beats the outside edge. Animated appeal there from Yash Gohil, but the umpire says not out. Passive Zara and Patrick Makumbi, the 2 umpires. Cut away straight to that man at backward point. Not enough timing from the captain. He doesn't mind giving away dot balls. Is Laksh Bakrania. He is a man, of course, who knows how to accelerate and catches up to that strike rate.
Tossed in the air there, trying all sorts. Giving it some air. Yash not falling for that. Played it back. Rocking back. Missed outside edge of his bat. You can see the variation. He's bringing it on the wicket line. He's putting it outside off stump. You know, Plenty of thinking here from this bowler. Again, straight to covers. Very brilliant bowling from this young lad. He's giving nothing away.
Gets an inside edge.
Cuts. And has found that gap between wicketkeeper and the slip cordon. Gets a double. Very well played. Yash pouncing on that last delivery. Ensuring that the board kept ticking. Added 2 to that. The end of the 23rd over, we have 80 for 4.
2 much needed runs there from Lax Bakrania and Team Tanzania as they move to 80 for 4 after 23 overs. It's going to be more spinner. Knocks him over straight away, lunges him forward. Beaten by the turn again. Top of off as Ali Hafidi. Ali has to take the long way back to the dugout. Courtesy of that man Akish Sekar, who picks up his first wicket. It is 80 for 5 after 23.1.
Brilliant, you can see this on the replay. Another brilliant spell there. Beats bottom pad straight through the gates. And he's walking back. You can see his back. Another breakthrough for the Kenyan side. They've worked so hard around that 4th stump line. And you can see they're getting results. Akish in the damage, yeah. Let's have that on replay again.
Let's have a look at that on the replay. Some flight on offer there. You would feel Ali Afidi had covered everything, but that man Akish Sekar getting that tiniest of gaps between bat and pad to get rid of the off stumper. 5 wickets down, courtesy of the spinners, making sure Lax Bakrania is kept on the other hand. And they pick up wickets in succession. The spinners. It is 80 for 5. As we see the new man in, the wicketkeeper batsman, Akre Ugo Pasco. He's not contributed much with the bat. Can this be his moment up against spinners who are spinning it away for Team Kenya? He has a slip in play. Mid off is inside the ring. A deep mid wicket and a long on are the only boundary riders for the new man in. In the air this time round. What a take there from Akshith Sekar. Back to back wickets in no time. He is on a hat trick. Agre Ugo Pasca comes and has to take the long way back in no time. What a moment in the game for Team Kenya, courtesy of that man Akshith Sekar. Another flighted delivery there, hard hands, allowing the bottom man to come into play. Is Ugo Pasco. Colon ball, a very fantastic catch off his own bowling. They normally tell us spinners are supposed to be the best fielders, and that man Sekar has made sure he's picked up yet another wicket. He has so far 2 Player of the Match awards in this ICC and under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. Simba Mbaki Marara Mohammed, shot number 29, will be facing the hat-trick ball. For the first time, a Kenyan has picked a hat-trick. Neil Doshi picked up a hat-trick against Team Uganda. Can we see a witness of the second hat-trick from the Kenyans? He brings in Stian Smith in second slip to the new man in, sticking to that fielder in the deep, a deep mid-wicket, long on. Here the parents, of course, the father too, the captain, cheering for the young boys there. Bringing that man next to the bat at covers. Hat-trick ball. Soft hands there from Mohamed Simbambaki, a man who put on a show of his own with the bat. This should be the partnership for Team Tanzania to get them to anything close to 130 plus runs. But again, the Kenyans would love to break this partnership as soon as possible. They've done a tremendous job picking up 6 wickets. Loud appeal on that occasion. But the umpire says not out. Is Patrick Makumbi all the way from Uganda. Tight it is. 2 wickets so far, yet to concede any run in this. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Big turn once again. He might have been saved by the height. On that occasion is Mohamed Simbambaki. And now, interestingly, he removes the second slip, putting him at short fine leg. 2 more deliveries to come.
Brilliant piece of bowling here. You can see the thinking behind the bowling, the field sets, teasing, turning. Let's work that backward point. No real scare there. But you should give all credit to this fielding side, the Kenyan side. They've done very well in the field, bowled to their field. We've managed to tie this Tanzanian tide. But like you said, this partnership would prove to be the partnership that will take Tanzania anywhere above that target that they're comfortable defending, like they've always done. We've seen it happen previous games. They need to keep this partnership alive. It's the end of the 24th over. It's 80 for 6.
That was the first wicket in his over, Ali Afidi. Ali, and that man, the wicketkeeper batsman who spent nearly microseconds at the crease, caught and bowled by Sekar himself. It is 24 overs done and dusted. 80 for 6 at Team Tanzania. Maiden wicket there from that man, Sekar. Love the fact that the Kenyans have made sure they're feeding the Tanzanians spin and more spin from both ends. Tanzanians who love pace on coming on to the bat. They have made sure the Kenyans, they make it very hard to get every single run at the Tanzanians. Tight lines are bowling in the right channels. Flighted deliveries to get some turn from the spinners. Shot on that occasion, plays it to the back foot. No run taken again. A man who has faced 277 deliveries in this tournament. Laksh Bakrania. Cut away powerfully straight to that man that covers again. Another dot ball. He has the patience, of course, after facing 34 deliveries. He would love to have a partnership with the new man Ina, who scored, of course, the 4th half century in the tournament. Mohamed Simbambaki with the 3 big maximums in that game. Another dot ball there from Chidambaram. Magical figures there, going for only 8, picking up a wicket in his 6.5 overs. Full again, left alone by Laksh Bakrania. Back-to-back maidens here for Team Kenya. Already halfway the stage of the first innings. 80 for 6 after 25. Moving at 3.3 runs and over. Is Team Tanzania, the projected is at 160 as I also take a short break, allowing a man with a lot of statistics. Man who's been watching all the 25 overs from the side. Call him Ajidaba, call him the captain of his own family. Who'll be joining Mr. Ajao to take us through to the next phase of the game. Welcome, Ajidaba. Not sure how you made it here on time. I'm not sure how you beat the traffic. I'll tell you, it is an East African derby of its own. I had to go back to the roots of what we use back in Rwanda and Uganda, border, to get here to the ground. You tell us how you got here.
Today was much better. I'm super excited to be here.
Mwarabute Bob Bashir Songa, super excited to be here for this big game. And you ask me, how did I get here? You got here through border. I got here through the normal route. But big shout out has to go to the Honorable Minister for Works, Engineer David Umai. He had to intervene. Yesterday was unbelievable. And today we are here talking about the big game between Kenya and Tanzania. Two unbeaten sides. And one thing has to give. Who blinks first? Shout out to Dennis Amafusale, who started proceedings.
Welcome, Shion. It's good to have you in the comment box. It's always a pleasure to be with you running this together, seeing this Tanzanian side come out of this kind of situation many times. We've dropped 5 wickets so far, but we can trust in the man we call the Lion and the captain of this Tanzanian side, a rock solid batsman. We want to see a partnership going on, and I think they are poised and have that talent to do just that for their team. Is 80 for 6, and you can see the partnerships. Mario tried building one with Dylan, started off on a good note, but since seeing a couple of wickets drop, Shajet to continue from the appeal court end. Beautiful figures, 1 for 8 and 7.1. And Dylan, Lash playing his trademark shot there, down on one knee. It's played all the way. Deep square leg is there, covers the boundary, gets 1 run for there. It's off the mark. And after 10 deliveries, Mamadi Simba still on dot. Faced 10 deliveries. Patient batsman. We see them gradually warm up into the game. They don't mind the number of dot balls they get, as long as they stay in there. And it's gone straight away off the mark with this single driven powerfully all the way to long on. He's gotten a single from there. Opened his account with that drive. You can see the current run rate deeping towards that 3-run per over mark. Courtesy of the dot balls. The spinners have done very well to curtail this Tanzanian side. Dylan trying to work it backward a point. Finds the fielder there. Very good field set, I must say. Bowlers really bowling to their fields, not giving anything away in this contest. Shots, cut away. Found the man at point to end that over. 82 for 6 after 27 overs of play.
The current run rate is 3.04. The projected score, if it stays like this, is 152. And if you add another 2, that will be the total runs that they scored against Nigeria. But eventually they won that game by 122 runs. Laksh Bakrania has faced the most balls. He scored the most runs. And is partnering the one that's got the lion heart. And that bravery took them over the line in the game against Namibia. That was a missed opportunity there to get the wicket of Simba. See that again on replay.
Oh, what a chance there. What a drop chance there. I was there for the taking. She was livid with himself. You need to break this partnership as soon as possible. And the cheeky one there is jabbed into the space. Long gone. Comes into play. Easy single there for the Tanzanian side. Trying to rotate the strike as much as possible.
Player of the match from yesterday, Akshit Seka, into his 5th over, and that drop catch was from Aditya Vekaria. He has been christened the wall of Tanzania. He's faced the most balls, he scored the most runs, and you can't blame him. He's got the patience which is required in a game like this.
Not much power behind that. He's trying to get that gap between points and that slip region. He's not done that quite well. We know him, he's usually shaky, but he ends up standing up strong. Well dug out. Yorker length there from Shaka. Very intelligent bowling. Seen him do this yesterday. He's doing this again today for his team. Who is picking this ticket? There's a war out here. Captain is giving nothing away. He's there for his team, standing strong.
Certainly not what Captain Yash Goel will want from Seka. Seka yesterday talked about how Yash Goel, his captain, has encouraged him so much and given him that confidence.
Wild swing there across the line from Lashk. The intentions are clear. Last ball of the over. You want to get something out of it. It's 84 for 6 after 28 overs.
Prior to the commencement of this game, the standings was Tanzania topping as expected, and following them closely is Namibia.
Stian Smith to continue proceedings from the Court of Appeal end. He's got 2 for 24 off 6 overs. Very critical 2 wickets there from him. Is to continue and see if he can break this partnership. Sure, the captain has brought him on to do that. Shot, caught, no run there. Finds the man at point. Throwing his body down onto the green. Make sure there's no run from that strike from the man we call Simba. Shot, caught, finds the same man. Needs to wait a bit. It's a waiting game. Needs to wait and find that gap between that cover and point. There's a man, deep point. Tossed up in the air. Very good bowling. Very good variation there. You can see how the bowlers are walking the batsmen. The batters have to put on that thinking cap of theirs. Caught. There's a chase on. Man in the deep. Running for 2. Easy double there. Very good strike there coming out of the middle of the bat. Finding that space towards that extra cover region. Getting 2 from there. Good running between wickets as well.
Stian Smith was doing well up until that ball. He needs to revert to that ball he was bowling before.
to covers where Seka is doing the job for him. Great comeback from Smith, who considered 2 runs from the 3rd ball of his 7th over. Simba is one batter you don't want to get into his groove, because once he's in his territory it becomes uncontrollable. The same thing about the captain of the side, Laksh. You don't want him to get into that groove. You can see that Omari Koba Ramadan back in the squad, 16 runs off 34 balls. His strike partner did well today. Dylan scored 20 runs.
Beautiful defensive stroke there from Lashk. You see, getting body behind the ball, full face of the bat, lovely technique. And Sheon, you can see there's another change of field setting. You can see the inner ring. They've lined them up sweetly to cover any single there. There's a man long off for him on a deep square leg. All other players inside of the ring, and the bowler bowling perfectly to that field setup.
You can say that again, Seka, but then you look at the field set where Smith is placed and the other fielders. It means you must not do anything contrary to where you have kept them to be. I've seen Smith there, and I've also seen Ryan Kassam at a backward of point.
Oh, lovely ball there, beaten outside the edge of Lash bat. We've said it, this pitch is favored so much of spin. Spinners getting everything from this pitch: turn, bounce. And again, very well played. Moving on to this back foot. Lash just caressing that into the cover area. And you can see his patience, his body language. He's not in a hurry. He knows he has to carry the team, and he does that all the time.
The lowest he has scored in this tournament has been a 34 runs. Every time he's always done very good numbers. The game against Uganda, he scored 60 off 111 balls. He scored 44, scored 34, and that's how he builds his innings. And one thing they've also done, this team, is try and cross the 100. Once they cross that 100, anything above that is more like an addendum.
Very well said, Sheon. I think Lash has managed to get his team over that 100 mark in all their games. He would not leave that pitch until he gets that 100 on board, and anything added to it, like you said, is always a plus against their opponents. They are about to do that again. Then 86 for 6 in this over, in this contest, and we've seen the tactical approach by Kenya to take Lash off strike for most of the game, and they've gotten wickets from the other hand, which is very good thinking from the captain, Goyle.
Yash speaking to Krishi Patel, who is getting into his 4th over, and I've just considered 12 runs and taking 1 wicket prior to that period, but now he's 13 by the way of starting from the Court of Appeal end into his 4th over with a wide. Slowly and surely, Team Tanzania are getting into double or triple digits. This man, you don't want him
to begin to find joy in the batting crease, because once he does, it's usually a problem for others.
You can say that if you look at the figures from Lashk, and this is what we see most of the time, is batting way below the strike rate of 50%. He doesn't care because he knows he can step on gas as soon as his team is in a comfortable position. He can switch those gears and step on gas and get the required additional runs for his team. We've seen him do that, and he's here standing very confident. This beautiful bowling of the Kenyans. Mohammedi is on 4 of 21 deliveries. You can see they're soaking a lot of pressure, taking a lot of dot balls. You know, they don't care. You want to leave this game till it gets to the 30th over or the 35th over, then we can switch gears into like a T10 or a T20 kind of format, which we know that these Gen Zs really like to do. But it's just incredible to see Lashk, you know, with this temperament of his. Very wonderful, beautiful cover drive there. Has found the gap, has raced down to the boundary for 4 runs. 4 more runs adding to this total from the Tanzanians. You can see that from the replay. Classy shot there. Lovely cover drive. No man move. The only man moving is going to fetch the ball. And Simba is starting to wake up, starting to get his groove, like you said. And if he does get his groove, he'll get his team across the 100 mark. And anything above 150, like the projected score is saying now, is a difficult total to chase. We've not really seen any side come chasing in this arena. In the air, drops no man's land, gets a single from there, rotates the strike. Nyash, 1 run to end that over. It's 92 for 6 after 31 overs of play. I'm going to be leaving this com box and bringing back a young Peter to do you the rest, or to do you from here. He's going to be joining Shinwa Didagba in the commentary box. Peter, you're welcome.
They've got 8 short of a century. 92 for 6.
The right arm left arm partnership again we've seen it's proven to be some sort of confusion for the bowling side. We've seen a lot of extras coming anytime Lash is batting due to the side, and most bowlers are used to facing right-handed batters, and now he's gotten an extra off that ball. Tried to push this one between the gaps, couldn't find the space. Last ball dot. It's 93 on the board for 6 wicket loss after 31 overs.
Peter, there are 2 different things. Aside from the fact that you have a right-hand batter and a left-hand batter, the fact that you continue to rotate on the field when the right hand is batting and when the left hand is batting is another nightmare on its own. Then to now further compound the problem, the left hand batter is one that has a lot of patience and has got a lot of calmness in him, and it takes his time to build his innings, makes it the more difficult. He barely plays irrational shots, so it's going to be a problem for any bowling side to get his wickets.
Shit has got himself 2 for 7 so far. It's coming for 7th over and coming against Mohammedi Simba.
Both of them have combined to face 79 balls and have just scored 23. But I'm sure at the back of their mind they want to take this game to 50 and more. So the dot balls will really matter.
Lash Bakarani and Mohammedi Simba Mbaki are currently 2 of Tanzania's top 5 batters, with 2 of them being in the top 5 of runs scored in this tournament.
That game against Namibia jacked up the runs of Mohamedi Simba Mbaki. Was the top batter that day with 60. The reason is in contention with the likes of captain of Tanzania Laksh, who is currently batting, captain of Namibia Faf du Plessis, who is bringing down the neck of Laksh.
Offer the forward defensive try to redirect that ball, just couldn't redirect it beyond the backward point. I should take 2-4-8, looking for a wicket, probably to end this over against the informed Laksh Bakarania. Wasn't threatening the wicket, no shot offered, and that ends the 32nd over. 94 on the board for 6 wickets lost still.
For a player like Faf du Plessis, captain of Namibia, who is not here, he will be praying, or he would have prayed, that when Laksh is batting, he doesn't score runs. But unfortunately, things are not going according to plans. Look at that partnership. The best of them has to be Omari Koba Ramadan and Dila Takra, who combined to score 34 of 49. And the second best is Omari Koba Ramadan and Karim Kiseto, who have combined to score 22 of 21 balls.
Yeah, Mohamedi and Laksh have a 13-run partnership and they will want to improve on that. Aditya starting his first over with an extra.
Vekaria coming from the Court of Appeal end. Before this game, Peter, Laksh was ahead of Faf du Plessis with 21 runs. And when you now add that 21 now to what he's currently doing, another boundary. See that again on replay.
This ball is a very lovely offside drive. These are similar to the kind of balls that were being bowled to the Nigerian batters yesterday and put them in so much discomfort. So then playing skyways, getting out, Tanzania is showing more maturity, more discipline, and calculating the balls better, and making sure that they are connecting properly and keeping the ball ticking.
Talking about keeping the ball ticking and ticking, the run score ticking. They are on 99 for 6. One more, they will get to 100, and from then on, they will begin to add more runs, and that's what these Tanzanians do. The previous game against Namibia, a game they needed to win, facing the defending champion. That is it. Finally, that partnership has been broken. See that again on replay. Lovely visionary slip catching.
Yeah, look at that turn on the ball. Aditya had been trying to do that all day. Finally got it now. Mohamed trying to play the ball forward. He wanted to play forward, and then he couldn't put his bat in place in time. Edged it towards the field at first slip, and has to walk back to the pavilion stand, disappointed in the fact that he couldn't build up a partnership that with Laksh Bakarania.
See that again on replay. He was alert, and that was a beautiful catch. Lovely to see, to the excitement of Captain Yashgoil. I'm sure at the back of his mind, what they will be hoping for is to keep the captain, off strike and focus on new batters who are just coming in and try to get their wickets before they get to settle in.
Yes, Aditya, who hadn't bowled prior to yesterday, couldn't get a wicket yesterday, but he's gotten himself a wicket now. Just bowling in the second match. This is the second time he's bowling in this tournament, and he got a wicket to boost himself and got it when the team desperately needed it.
Laksh continues to increase his run on the leaderboard. He's 21 ahead of Fadu Plessis before playing this game, and when you add 21 to his current 14 runs, that gives you about 35 runs ahead of Duplessis, who is the closest with 117. In comes a new batter. Jersey number 69, another reliable bowler for Team Tanzania, Hamza Ali Onai. See that again on replay. That brilliant catch at slips. If I may ask you, Peter, your favorite position when fielding?
Yeah, I actually always did love the slips, even if I didn't always field there, because my coaches prefer putting me on the boundary because of my speed and everything. But once in a while, whenever I got the chance to be at slips, it was a very beautiful position because it was a position that required you to be very, very fast and your reflexes at the very peak. So being there, he always put me on an edge, putting me on my toes and kept me alert all day.
Alertness is what is required. They need these wickets. But then Laksh survives from jersey number 4, Ryan Kassam. He steps back. They want to go for 2. Yes, is it possible? Century up for Team Tanzania. That was achieved in the 3.2 overs. And from this end, Team Tanzania can continue to add the runs. But the big question is, will Akshi Seka allow? He's had a decent spell. He's into his 8th over and has just given away 9 runs with 2 wickets to show for it. He needs this wicket.
And now we're having a left-arm partnership. There will be little need for field rotation. But regardless of that, the fact that Lash Bakarania is still in the crease still shows that there can still be destruction coming from the batting side. And so they will need to break that partnership regardless of the field setting or anything they have in mind, Pyro.
I agree with you 200%, Peter. There are 2 options for them. Is either to get a wicket of Laksh or keep him off strike and begin to work with other new batters who come in. Laksh has spent some time. He's faced 59 balls, even when he has not scored too many runs. But then, you know, him being there means danger. Brilliant bowling spell from Akshit Seka and Peter. After 8 overs, 9 runs.
Yeah, and in total overs, you know, 30 for 107. The last 2 overs we've seen just 1 run produced from each. We're down to the last 16 overs of this game. Tanzania will need to do better. Quickly running into this bowling score sheet.
We have yes, thank you, Stian Smith, 2 wickets for 26 runs, 31 dot balls, 7 overs, and economy rate of 3.71. Achik Seka has the best economy rate, 2 wickets, 9 runs, 41 dot ball, 8 overs. No wonder he was the player of the match yesterday. 1.12 economy rate, and those with 1 wicket are Krish Patel. The current run rate has been lowered 2.94, and at this stage the projected score is 147, which is still a very good score. We have Saijit coming for his night over. Saijit Chidambaran is coming from the Court of Appeal end, and this wicket is of interest to him. Brilliant shot there from Laksh. They will get comfortable 2 runs, and this is an area where Team Kenya has to be very, very careful. It happened to Namibia also, where they thought they had kept Team Tanzania in a place they wanted them to be, but somehow they got out of it.
Yeah, Sean, there's so much balance in this Tanzanian side. Everybody contributes, regardless of the fact that Lax Bakarani has been the star man. It's a team sport, so which means that everybody has to contribute one way or the other. And the tail end have been contributing in terms of scoring runs and also batting.
And Smith does it. Stian Smith finally gets the wicket of Laksh Bakrania. You have to say that of the 3 matches Laksh has played, this is the poorest of his performance. The lowest he has scored, Peter, has been 34, and that was in their previous game against Namibia of 80 balls. But today it's a sharp contrast. Peter, see the again on replay.
He was expecting that ball to turn in, and so he can sweep it to the direction where he was expecting the ball to come to. But unfortunately for him, that ball was going towards the off and didn't connect properly with the middle of the bat, going skyways and in the hands of the fielder at square legs, Stian Smith.
He couldn't have dropped that catch. It was going to be sacrilegious. It was going to be haunting. Use that English. See that again. He had him where he wanted him to be. He was not going to drop that catch, knowing the implication of doing so. Now they've gotten Laksh out of the way, but not to take anything away from this Tanzanian side, because you don't know what they can bring to the table. In comes the new batter, Adam Zampa, Raymond Francis Emmanuel, another player of the match. Percival Cesara is not interested. Shout out to the umpires, on-field umpires. Percival Cesara from Zimbabwe and Patrick Makumbi from Uganda. And Ann Jacobs from South Africa, the third umpire. And our tournament referee from Zimbabwe, Owen Chirombe.
Seeing a little bit of struggle from Raymond. I don't know if he's trying to be patient, or is the one of the things of being a tail end, or those, lack of experiences. But regardless, that it's the 35th over. It's just 102 on the board for 8 wickets lost.
That is the Cricket Lab, the famous Cricket Lab, one of the best in West Africa. And you have a mix of parents from Tanzania and from Kenya also. More importantly, we have Kenyan parents there. You can see the flag of Kenya, and of course parents of the Tanzanian team. Seka into his night over.
And Hamza Ali looking for his first run. He's faced 6 balls already, no runs.
Unfortunately, one of the parents of the Tanzanian team, their son is not playing today. Guess who their son is? Dapan Dipakuma Joban Putra, jersey number 10, not in today's game.
2 slips have been employed for Hamza Ali. They are waiting for him to edge that ball to either Stan Smith or the fielder at first slips.
Seka. Lovely piece of bowling from Akshit Seka. Is into his night over and he's got 3 more good balls to be bowled. Will this be that ball? Yes, they will continue to appreciate Seka. If he's not getting the wicket, he must ensure that they continue to dot.
Yeah, Aditya Bekaria is pairing with Stan Smith at that slips position. Ball was played in the opposite direction behind towards third man region. Quick chase from Aditya. Quick return from Stan Smith. But regardless, Hamza Ali gets the ball taken, gets himself 2 runs.
This is a team that a lot was expected from the Junior Cranes of Uganda. As it stands, they look like a team that will have to be contented with going down with Team Nigeria and Sierra Leone to Division 2. That is something they would never have envisaged in Uganda. And Gerard Olipa, the captain, will be creating an history, an unwanted history, you have to say.
Sends to short fine leg now. Stan Smith has been removed from the second slip position and dropped to short fine leg. But that last ball ended in a dot. It's 105 on the board for 8 wickets lost after 36 overs completed.
You have to also say that it was almost looking like Akshit Seka was going to have a maiden over up until that penultimate ball. You know, you were doing something that was right and you decided to do something wrong. The result of something wrong was what he got, where he gave 3 extra runs to Team Tanzania. Who wouldn't mind at this point? Any kind of runs is acceptable. The projected score is 146. Their current run rate is 2.92, and we are into the 37th over.
Still kept at first slips. Aditya Serjit bowling his very last over in this match, giving out only 12 runs, which is very impressive, and taking 2 wickets for the team.
Chidambaran will be hoping for a swan song to end his final over for today's game by getting a wicket. That was a near shave from Hamza Alionai.
Since employing the spin, bringing in the spinners, Tanzania has struggled to keep the ball ticking consistently. You know, earlier on in the game, in the first 2 overs, they had only 2 runs, and the next 4 overs that followed, they were up to 30. And since taking off the pace from the ball and giving it to the spinners, we've seen wickets fall faster than it has earlier since the beginning of this match.
You have to say that again, Peter. That Dylan, who has had not 2 good games in his last 3 up until this game,
had to do what he was expected to do by Captain Laksh Bakrania, and he combined very well today with his other opening bat in Omari Koba Ramadan to get those runs ticking off the bowling of Neil Doshi and Anthony.
Yeah, and the plans to end the 10th over with a maiden was proved futile as Tanzania scored a run off the last ball to take the total up to 106 for 8 wickets lost after 37 overs.
With what you are seeing, let me put you on the spot, Peter. What is expected to be the eventual score of Team Tanzania, taking away what the projected score is telling us?
There are still much overs to play, and definitely runs will be coming in, so I do not want to take it away from the projected scores, as 3.4 is still something very, very reasonable.
This again on replay. Seka bowling. What a brilliant effort that was. Highlight of Akshit Seka. That was a near miss. Patel sent to the boundary. Another boundary of Aditya Vekaria. But the moment he had to put a pause on those things. Peter, quickly take us through what is happening at the Unilag Cricket Oval. Battle of two teams who have lost all their games. But this is one result Nigerians will not want to listen to at the moment, but the truth has to be said.
Yeah, back at the Unilag pitch, remember Sierra Leone won the toss and opted to field first, sending Nigeria in to bat. And now Nigerians, their batting still seems to be in a crisis as they are down for 7 wickets after 35 overs with just 98 on the board. The captain is still in the crease. Karim Gafar is paired up with Kenneth Boniface. They built up a 7 runs partnership after just 9 balls faced.
What do you think is that score that Nigeria can defend based on what you have seen them do in their last 3 matches?
We're saying that Nigerians are capable of playing all the way, into 100 runs. They can play 100 and something runs, but at the end of the day, you need to understand that cricket is a game of batting and bowling. You could see a team go out for 90 runs and the team coming to chase will go out for less. Coming in the second inning is more pressure than actually starting.
At this ground, the record still stands. No team has chased and won. Yes, it has happened at the Unilag Cricket Oval when Kenya took on Uganda. That was going to be an easy chase any day, anytime. Knowing that their opponent just scored 69 runs, I knew it was going to be very easy for them. But here at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, no team has chased and then won. And for Nigeria also, we also have to put it out there that in the 3 matches Nigeria has played, they've been chasing. And when I asked Abdulkarim Gafar yesterday, after that 4-run loss because of a reduced over owing to rain, he said this game against Kenya hurts the more. I thought it was a game against Namibia where we lost by 10 runs, but this one hurts. Back to the game.
Ashit Seka to also come in to finish his last over and bowling spell for this inning. Ali Amza Onai batted in, currently taking a quick survey of the field, looking for the space, looking for the gap. No fielder on fine leg. Ali Hamza will look to take advantage of that. The closest fielder to the final leg region as the backwards is the deep square leg. Ashiteka not giving him any space to try and play into the open space on the field, keeping the ball from the middle stump to the off. It's going to be very difficult converting those kind of balls down the leg side.
Mischance from Seka. I'm sure that was not what he was told Hamza Ali Onai during that drinks break. One of the messages he would have been told is, please try and play out the overs. Build partnership with Raymond Francis. The longer you people stay there, the more chances we have to score more runs. Played into that region that is well protected by Ujrav. And Captain Yash Goi sends him back to deep mid wicket. That means there is room for a single.
I think I am more comfortable with the singles coming than doubles. And even though a single wasn't taken off the last ball, it's 406 for 8 wickets lost after 38 overs. A maiden over there.
That was what I was going to point out to you. Thank you very much, Peter, for making us understand that Seka is done and dusted. 2 wickets to his credit. He will not get the number of wickets he got yesterday, but he has done well. 2 for 12 runs after 10 overs. He has completed his spell, same as Saijit Chidambaran. But I'm very, very much sure that the likes of Neil Doshi have still got overs, same as Anthony Unjunguna. Current run rate is 2.79. Projected score is 140. Vekaria back from the Court of Appeal end into his second over. Cut away there. They will go for 2. You can see Captain Yash rearranging the field.
Like I said earlier, Seun, they do not want, they are more comfortable giving away those singles, open for a run out, than actually giving them enough space to take doubles or even triples if the case surfaces.
They are working with the wickets, and as they are working with the wickets, they are also ensuring that not much runs is scored. An appeal that Cesara is not interested in. See that again on replay. In spite of the appeal, swing and a miss for Raymond Francis.
The bills are off, but it's not quality of the ball, but the keeper's gloves. The umpire cannot give that an out.
An opportunity there. Smith gives it a chase, and they will get 2 runs. I hope he's back and better.
Caught is far out of the reach of Akesh Shikar, who went as far as we possibly could with that dive, but couldn't reach onto the ball. But lovely chase from Stian Smith, stopped that ball close to the boundary and stopped and cut 4 runs into 2. While they appeal, Tanzania take a quick single, adding another run to the board and bringing the total at the end of the 39th over to 111 for 8.
Peter, we know that the current run rate is 2.85, and as it stands, the projected score is about 143. And even at 143, that will be the lowest score that Tanzania will be scoring in this tournament. They scored 189 against Uganda, 154 against Nigeria, and their last game also they had 159, and that was against Namibia. But what is that scoreline you think these Kenyans would say to themselves, we want to go in and surpass based on how this game is going?
Tanzania. So there should be possibility of them hitting that total or getting close to it. But like we said earlier, there has not been anything that came to chase and won on this plan so far. Kenya might break the change, or they might continue that run.
Sian Smith, one of the most reliable players in this team Kenya, with the ball and with the bat. Miss chance.
Very tempting ball. Francis just fell for that temptation. Luckily, he didn't. The ball didn't get to his thumb. He had swings, he missed, and he faced another lucky ball from Stian Smith.
Stian Smith, after 4 balls bowled into his 8th over, yet to give a run. He would love to end with a maiden, but more importantly, even with a wicket. Raymond Francis has faced 15 balls and scored 4 runs. Hamza Ali Onai also has 4 runs but has faced more balls, 22.
Turn on the ball. Raymond Francis trying to play that ball to the offside, trying to put it beyond the point region. And to turn on the ball, place the bat, hence the 40th over with a maiden. And Tanzania have still 111 on the ball. 8 wickets.
From the signal by the umpire Percival Cesara from Zimbabwe, certain that there's going to be a return bowler, just like we are going to have a return commentator. So like bowling, like commentary, coming from the Court of Appeal end will be Neil Doshi, who is in search of his first wicket today, and one of the brightest bowlers with 12 runs is considered after 3 overs. And also coming from that side, what a sheer coincidence, is Dennis Amafusale back to the commentary position. So return bowler, return commentator.
Thank you very much, Sean. Good to be back as Kenya are looking to wrap up the tail and stop the Tanzanian tail from wagging. At least that won't stop them for now, but Raymond Francis and Hamza Ali Onai, the 2 guys out in the middle, looking to make sure they can put on some extra runs. I always say that runs that are scored by tailenders are the winning runs. So Kenya need to be very, very careful. They should never let the tail wag.
I agree with you 200%. Neil Doshi must be listening. Skies it up. An opportunity taken. Yes. He listened to the voice of reasoning, and when Dennis speaks, it means an intelligent person is talking. You just have to listen, else you get yourself into trouble. Dennis, over to you.
Yeah, Hamza trying to attack the big side of the ground. He thought he had gotten everything of that, but not enough. Got too much height, but not distance. And a good catch on the boundary to get rid of Hamza Ali Onai. And Tanzania lose their 9th wicket. Now they are Nelson for 9.
What a drama we have on our hands. This will be the very first time that quite a lot of things are happening. Captain Laksh Bakrania having his poorest game of the games he has played, and see that again on replay. Neil Doshi had to come and get his first wicket, but saved by that fielder. You could see that ecstasy, that run, that happiness and that joy. Captain Laksh having his poorest game, like I said. First game he scored 60, second game he scored 44, third game he scored 34. Today was nowhere near the performance that we know of a Laksh Bakrania, the top batter. But he'll be saying on the leaderboard when it comes to batting, I am still holding sway. But he would love a team effort than an individual effort. Individual effort are just for you, but the team effort is a big one where you get that ticket to the World Cup and represent Africa.
AJ whispering in my ear, very superstitious man. He thinks Nelson is a very unlucky number, so you need to knock it off quickly. The new batter is Khalid Juma. Khalid Juma, with all the experience, he plays for the senior Tanzania men's team. Might not be his wickets here in Nigeria, but he was on. He caused a reign of terror for the senior men's teams that were playing at the Challenge League B in Hong Kong. And I'm sure the Ugandan senior men's team remember him very well. But the Kenyans don't want to remember any of that. They just want to clean him up.
He's gradually ticking, and he'll be saying to Neil Doshi, what does Neil Doshi and Khalidi Amiri Juma have in common? They are both opening bowlers for their respective team. He's also one of the trusted bowlers for Laksh Bakrania, and to his credit also, he has got some considerable level of wickets. To put it into proper context, he's gotten 8 wickets, just one shot of captain of Namibia Fat du Plessis, who has got 9 from 4 innings.
Not the right line and length there from Neil Joshi. I think right now we should be looking at bowling some Yorkers to this tail end as Raymond Francis and Khalid Juma. His first wicket today. Neil bowled very well up front. It just hasn't gotten so many wickets. And he also had a big breakthrough to get rid of Ali Hamza. Much better lines and length there for Raymond Francis. I'm sure Raymond Francis and Khalid Juma now just playing for survival, just trying to make sure they can get to the end of the 50 overs.
Absolutely, 2 reliable bowlers for Team Tanzania. Yash Goil, captain, needs to be doing better. Vastly experienced. Had a conversation with his dad yesterday before I dropped the mic, and the dad was saying Yash Goil in the Super League in Kenya is the youngest captain in the history of that competition in over 84 years. And that has brought us to the end of the 41st over. 114 for 9. It's time for me to step aside for a captain who likes to lead from the front. And this other captain who is stepping aside leads from the family. Thank you, Ajidaba. 114 for 9 after 41. Team Tanzania. It's going to be spinner coming in from the pavilion end. Busy the outside edge, Laura Piro on that occasion. And the finger is up from Patrick Makumbi. Cleaning up the last wicket from Stian Smith. The leggy picking up his third of the day.
Yeah, I think Raymond Francis gave himself out. The look of disappointment on his face just helped the umpire's decision, because Patrick Makumbi took his time before he raised his finger. But Raymond Francis giving himself out. And that will be the end of the first innings. Tanzania finishing on 114 for 10 in 42 overs. And the Kenyans will need 115 from 300 balls when we come back for the second innings. In this East African derby, where the winner takes all, Tanzania won the toss and elected to bat first. And that's a match summary. Dylan Tucker for 20 from 24 got things going in the beginning. But they struggled in the middle overs to try and get things going. The captain, Lakshi, scratching around for 17 from 62 balls. Omari Koba Ramadan, 16 from 34. But some disciplined bowling from the Kenyans. Stian Smith, 3 for 26. And Sajith, 2 for 13. As well as Aktish Seka, 2 for 12. The slow bowlers doing the damage on the Tanzanians. Tanzania
Hello and welcome back for the chaser of our match day 6, game number 11. It is of course the East African Derby. Tanzania taking on Team Kenya. There you see on your screens Kenya's tight bowling have managed to restrict Team Tanzania to 114 all out in 41.1 overs. We are ready to roll for the chaser. Shot number 22, Khalidi, to open proceedings with the new cherry from the pavilion end. He has a slip in play. Emanat Gali, I won't be alone here in the commentary box, of course. Right on the money straight away from Khalidi Juma. Emmanuel's been breathing a lot of fire from that end. He has a way of picking up a wicket up front in his first spell, of course. He has a third man. He has a fine leg. The only two fielders outside the ring. So, as I was saying, I won't be alone here in the commentary box to take us through the first power play. I will be joined by Emana from Uganda. Mr. Dennis Musali, welcome back to the commentary box and the chaser.
And an all East African affair in the comms box and on the pitch. Winner takes all for this particular clash. Both teams unbeaten in the tournament so far. 3 out of 3 for each one of them. But the winner here will most likely have advantage of going to the World Cup. Namibia also watching on very anxiously. I think the result that Namibia will want from this game is Kenya winning, because Namibia lost to Tanzania. If Kenya wins this game, that will mean each of the teams has lost a game. And that final match there will be an interesting one.
It's going to be an interesting one if Kenya, of course, gets over the line with a win today. Right on the man again, 3/4 line, hitting the deck card is Khalidi Juma. It's going to be very interesting, given that Team Kenya will be playing Namibia in their last game on Saturday here at the TBS, whereas their partners there, Team Tanzania, will be taking on Sierra Leone at the Unilag. You would feel here, Dennis, Kenya will be facing a tighter opponent in their last game, whereas Tanzania will be taking on Sierra Leone.
Yeah, it's good to see that the tournament will go down to the wire with the final action determining who goes to the World Cup. But I think Tanzania will be desperate to get their maiden appearance at the World Cup. They've been close on a couple of times, but this time they have fate in their own hands.
It is fate in their own hands, and it's going to be, of course, that man, shot number 5, Laksh, who's feeling at covers to make the right decisions at the right time in this chase. Try and defend 115. We've seen, of course, in the first innings how spin has played a very vital role in Kenya's bowling attack. Well played again from that young man, Ryan Kasama, opening the batting, of course, alongside the carrier Aditya. Spinners taking 7 wickets in the first innings. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Kenyans are going to play out. Of course, the captain himself, Raymond Francis.
Yeah, very true, Bob. And the Tanzania have some lively spinners as well. So most times they only unleash Khalid Juma up front for a couple of overs, and then the spinners take over from there.
Right on the money again from Khalidi Juma, and of course with that dot ball, he starts off with the maiden to start the proceedings of the chaser. It is no run from Kenya after 1 over, and of course with no surprise it's going to be that man, shot number 5, to open the bowling from the Court of Appeal end, the captain Laksh Bakrania. Left arm orthodox, spinning it away from these two right-handers. It's going to be very challenging.
I really liked the approach there from Ryan Kasam in that first over. He didn't show any fear against some hostile ball in there from Khalid Juma. Was hitting the deck very, very hard. But let's see what Aditya can do against Laksh.
Full on the occasion, flicks straight to that man, Khalid Juma at fine leg to keep it to down as Kenya opens the account with that single.
Tanzania could only manage 114, but they could have gotten a lot more. They started very well, but somehow the runs just dried up for them. It just looked like they were going to score at least 180 runs, but in between there, the slow bowlers really slowed them down and it just never got going.
Absolutely, courtesy of course, those three spinners who made it very tight in those middle order overs. Led, of course, by that man who picked up 3 wickets, Stian Smith. Chidambaram himself and Sekar both picking up 2 wickets to make sure that scoring rate over 4 and over right after the power play, pulling it down to 2 runs and over. They've done a tremendous job for their side, but now they've been given that task to come and chase it down.
Yeah, we've seen teams defending some very low scores here at the TBS Oval. Wides indicated, and every team that has batted first has actually won here at the TBS.
Can Kenya be the team to break the shackles of chasing down a total here at the TBS? Full on that occasion, flighted delivery there from the captain, Laksh Bakrania. Already has picked up 2 Player of the Match awards in this ongoing ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. Winner takes it all. Very lovely technique there from that man, Ryan Kasam, who is yet to open his account after facing 11. It is 2 for naught after 2. Team Kenya. Back to shot number 22, Khalid Juma. A man who knows a thing or two on how to operate with the opening batsman. We saw the other day against Team Uganda, Gerard Olipa, the big wicket of that game, nicking one straight to the wicket keeper. Into the pads, well played again, but there's protection in the deep at fine leg, who keeps it to only 1 run. Very good technique from these 2 youngsters opening the batting for Team Kenya.
I think what I like it about Bob, they're just not showing any fear. They're behind the ball comfortably. Like that shot, they work the ball down to fine leg in a very comfortable manner. It's good presence around the crease, so that gives confidence to the rest of the team.
Absolutely, and given that that man Ryan Kasam, he's still yet to open his account, but he has made sure as an opening batsman he is using the full face of the bat. Full on that occasion, once again, drives it straight to Kiseto at covers. No run taken. Lovely technique, getting into the line of the ball, making sure he uses the full face, not giving any chance whatsoever for that outside edge to come into play. But they're up against the man who has a lot of experience with that cherry in hand, Khalid Juma. He'll give you some outswingers and gonna be very careful for that ball of his that nips back to the right-handers. Effort ball there on that occasion, well left again from Ryan Kasam.
Yeah, very, very Tanzania and Khalid Juma, because he's putting in a lot of work from that going up the hill, and has to dig deep for these deliveries. You can see the ball sort of even dying on the keeper when it went through. So he has to put in a lot of back for him to get something out of this wicket. And most times you want that sort of ball to nick the edge, and then you get your rewards the same way they got out Gerard Olipa.
And that's how this man, Khalid Juma, the opening bowler for Team Tanzania, has picked up his wickets in this tournament. Goes again on the back foot. Should be another dot ball indeed. He is in no hurry, is Ram Kasam. He knows, of course, they need a partnership also to stand a chance of getting their fourth win against one of the favorites. They're yet to lose a game at these both sides. It is an East African derby here. Calls for a big cut shot. Beats the outside edge straight to the wicket keeper. Very good carry there from Khalid Juma.
Yeah, good carry, and the shot was on. A good offer there from Ryan Kasam. Was some width on offer, just never got good contact. But in my days, Bob, that will be going to the boundary.
Lucky enough, it was not televised. We'll have to wait. You need to bring out those scorecards, which never showed where you hit the shot. Back to the cricket here, the TBS. Soft hands again are getting in the line of the ball is Ryan Kasam. Giving away only 1 run is Khalid Juma's second over. It is 3 for naught after 3. Moving at 1 run is Team Kenya.
Bob, I wanted to find out just from you. I don't know if this approach from the Kenyans is a good one. We saw how Nigeria came out guns blazing in a low run chase. 115. Of course, Kenya taking their time. They are scoring at just about 2 runs, just about a run every over. Most times in these small totals, I want to come out guns blazing. Then we go and do other things.
Foul ball tries to go for the big drive shot, but straight to that man at mid-on. By the looks of these two, the way they are playing, you can see Ryan Kasam is more of getting used to the pitch, getting his eye in, whereas his partner there, Vicaria, he looks to penetrate those gaps, despite, of course, not getting them up front. Maybe the big question here, Dennis, would be, can these two play out the first power play without losing a wicket? Get to close to that 30 run, moving at 3 runs and over. I would say they would stand a chance, given, of course, they have that man, Stian Smith, back in the dugout, the captain himself, Yash Gohil, padded up. Beats the outside edge, squares him up, straight away is Lakshma Krenya. It's going to be very interesting to see these left arm bowlers bowling to the right-handers of Team Kenya.
Yeah, I told you, Bob, these small totals, you better off coming and blasting everything. Top quality ball there from the captain. The arm ball just squares up the batter. And what Laksh is doing so well is just keeping the field very tight up. So there's no room for you to hit that sweeper to pick up the single. So if you're going to score runs, you have to go over the infield, which is very, very good stuff here from the Tanzanians. They understand the assignment. They didn't score so many runs, so they are trying to make sure they pick up early wickets.
Talking about the infield, and given that they'll be trying to hit against the turn, which gives the Tanzanians a very big chance of picking up a wicket. But with that maiden, we come to the end of the fourth over. It is 3 for naught, Team Kenya. Back to the paceman, Karidi Amiri Juma. Man who doesn't give up easily. Well played, well guided through those two fielders at Gali and Fast Leap. As he opens his account after facing 17 deliveries is Ryan Kassam.
Yeah, Ryan Kassam doing so well. He's doing the right thing, gets behind the ball firmly, and he's not using hard hands, so he just uses the soft hands to run the ball off the face of the bat and down to third man. Such a solid technique for a young player.
Coming back to your question again on the approach these two have to use, I would love to see Ryan Kassam, after of course getting that one off 17, to be the batsman to play out the overs, allow all the batsmen to play around him, holding of course one end. Smell the leather, young man, says Karidi Juma, making sure that tall lad Aditya Vekaria knows exactly the brand of that cherry.
Yeah, I don't know what Aditya was trying to do there. Nothing short from him, the ball too high. Oh, what a fielding. Body and soul there from the Tanzanians. You know how much this means for them. And from that fielding effort, you know that you're going to work for everything. They are giving away nothing.
Look at that on the replay. Not getting enough bounce, but look at that effort, saving his team 4 runs.
Clearly, Bobby, that was destined for the ropes. Standard deliver shot there from Aditya. I think Aditya, for him, is not here to hang around very much. He will play his shots when he can.
Made the leather again, now appear on that occasion, and the finger is up. He draws fast blood. Is Karidi Juma Amiri. Look at the celebration. It tells you how much this wicket means to them. A man who normally picks up a wicket in his first play. Let's have a look at that on the replay, Dennis.
Yeah, they say bad balls get wickets, and this is a ball that should have been hit to the next island. But somehow Aditya just gets a feather through, and credit to the keeper who just made sure they holds on to the chance. You can see the keeper is also going down as falling over, but he's able to take a clean catch. A wicket out of nothing for the Tanzanians, and Kenya are 4 for 1.
A very good planning there from Team Tanzania, led of course by Laksh. Karidi Juma bowling a fast bumper. Nearly misses that outside edge, and this time round gets a feather on it. Is Aditya Vekaria, who had to pay the price, of course. What a take from Ugo Pasco, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, the problem there with Aditya is that he just followed the ball even when it kept leaving him. Would have been given wide if he hadn't bothered to play it, but he just kept following the ball, like sort of trying to swat a mosquito. But unfortunately, gets a feather through. A wicket totally against the run of play because Ryan Kassam and Aditya had done so well. Khalid Juma does everything according to script. He again picks a wicket on his first spell. And the Kenyans now have to rebuild again. 4 for 1.
Khalid Juma once again picking up a wicket up front, and this is where Team Tanzania have been very dangerous. Operating one end with pace and the other end with a lot of spin. Rib cage straight away. What a way to welcome the new man in, Yuvraj.
Yeah, it's getting dark in here for Yuvraj. Immediately, bumper ball for him. That is a good sign. That's a very good ball from a fast bowler. They want to let you know that they are in charge. Don't come here and you have everything your way. Very good stuff there from Kali. Good aggression from him. Immediately, whatever plan that Yuvraj had clearly goes out of the window.
He might attack the stumps on his last delivery here. Is Khalid Juma, a man with a lot of variations. Nick Bata drop shot at that man at Gali, and of course with that dot ball he picks up a wicket, going for only 1 run in his start. Is Khalid Juma. It is 4 for 1 after 5.
I'll not be surprised if Khalid Juma is given another Usually both 3 up front. But I think from what the captain has seen, he wants to give him another one. Yeah, you've right this time. Doesn't get out of that's the wicket of Aditya. I think he was hoping and praying that the umpire doesn't give him out because he was guilty on all charges. The difference here from Yuvraj and how Ryan Kasam was bowling is that Yuvraj is keeping his hands in the wrong areas. Maybe that first ball just rattled him a little bit. The captain Lakshya will continue from the Court of Appeal end. I like this approach there from Ryan Kasam, unbothered about anything. He looks like he can bat for your life, Bob.
Absolutely. As I said earlier, one of the players who has to play out most of the overs in this chase. Well played again. The big challenge here is going to be how he plays out the captain. He has a lot of variations. Be careful for that arm ball.
Tell you with the way Ryan Kasam bats, he sort of holds his pose to let you know, all day guys, I'm here for the whole day, so don't have any other ideas.
Should be the approach he did for that man, Ryan Kasam. From that occasion into the pads, flicked finer, 2 is the call. Can they take on the arm of Amir Juma? A little bit of sloppy there in the field, run out chance again. These 2 fielders comedy of errors here. What is happening here at the Tafawa Balewa Square? And the figure is up. The run out has been completed by that man, the captain himself.
My goodness, a comedy of errors, like Bob has mentioned. Khalid Juma able to recover from a misfield in the deep, but because there was a poor, the batters on wrong networks completely. The keeper completely missed the ball, but the awareness from the fielder, that is Memele, to pick up and throw to his captain, and the captain doing the rest. Different networks here, none of them able to connect, have led to Kenyans' downfall. They lose their second wicket. They are 4 for 2.
Now the best of stats here, Kenya would have dreamed over. The run was there, but miscommunication from those 2. But what a backing up from Agustino Memele. Mayor making sure he chips in a very good throw to the captain to complete the run out. 2 down. Halfway stage of the power play.
Something interesting at the cricket lab here at the TBS Oval. The Kenyan parents and the Tanzanian parents, both of them seated together. So during the first innings, the Kenyans were very happy. Now it's the Tanzanian parents who are cheering. I hope it will be peaceful all the way up to the end and there will be no love lost. Here now is that Kenya are 4 for 2.
Full ball on the occasion, driven past. It is a rock over fielders for the Tanzanians. And when you look at that run out, that shows you how good they have been dominating in all aspects of the game.
That's the ball there from Laksh. Beautiful stuff. And that's what we spoke about, Bob, is that the Tanzanians have a very, very attacking field, very tight. So they have a lot of resources in the inner ring. And that's how they're able to effect that run out. Can see the run out on replay there. They take the first run very, very quickly. But the guilty party here, yes or no call, Kasim sending back his partner, and then in the end withdrawing from the run without his partner. The partner actually very guilty of ball watching. Yeah, it was typical comedy of errors. But the experienced Tian Smith is out in the middle to bat for Kenya. And they need some calmness out in the middle. Otherwise, their fellow neighbors, Tanzania, are right on top.
But again, when you look at that run out, it shows you how good they have been in the first phase of the power play. Are the Tanzanians, of course, led by that man, creating pressure from the pavilion end. Into the ball again, well played from that new man in, Stian Smith. They know how big this wicket is.
Very right, Bob, and if they are able to deal with Stian Smith very, very early, I think they will have exposed the rest of the batting for the Kenyans. Will it be bongo flavor today or genge music? That will be very loud in the team buses.
Earlier on, a friend of mine said, who's going to speak the best of Swahilis between these two? He has a sleeping play, of course, is Khalid Juma, to a man who is always positive out there at the crease, Stian Smith. Well played again, right on the money, 3/4 line, top of off from Khalid Juma.
I totally love the aggression there from Khalid Juma. He's a dream captain's opening bowler. Very, very aggressive, bowls those hard lines and length. Doesn't give away so much. He hasn't pitched up any ball from the last 4 overs that he's been bowling.
Of course, he was groomed by Jimmy Kamande, a legend himself, Kenya International, the former coach of Team Tanzania. Some of the youngsters in this team of Tanzania had a very good chance to work under that man, the legend Jimmy Kamande, who is watching. Shot ball pulled away powerfully, but straight to that man, and he gets off the mark.
Again, I still like Khalid Juma. He's not shy to bang in one shot. Doesn't sit up very well there for Stian Smith, so there's not too much power in that shot. But I think he also won't mind bowling to Ryan Kasam.
Ryan Kasam and Stian Smith, the Tanzanians, of course, they know the wicket to take is that of Stian Smith. Yesterday, he got going, of course, for his turn after holding out in the deep. Full on the occasion, driven straight to that man who chips in a diver, Laksh. But very good backing up from Kiseto there at mid-off, denying them to scamper for yet another single.
Yeah, they're working very hard, the Tanzanians in the field. They are desperate to be at the World Cup. And not that they haven't deserved it. They've put in a lot of work. And we hope that this is a generation that gives them their maiden appearance at the Under-19 World Cup, that junior global showpiece.
And they've really put in a lot of work in this ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa qualifier. Full again, a beast the outside edge. What a piece of delivery there from Khalid Juma, threatening the outside edge of that man.
Very beautiful ball in there from Khalid Juma in that corridor of uncertainty that just barely misses the outside edge by inches. That corridor of uncertainty is where Gerard Olipa was found hanging his bat. A wall of arbitration being built here by Ryan Kasam, 2 from 25 balls for him.
The first time that young man Kasam has not gotten into the line of the ball. He's been beaten, exposing his outside edge. Gotta be very careful, young man. Well played again, a well corrected shot there from Ryan Kasam.
Yeah, very, very firm and confident behind the ball. 7 overs gone, 6 for 2. Laksh continues from the Court of Appeal end, and this time is bowling to Stian Smith for the first time. Very, very attacking field against for Stian Smith. Only Khalid Juma is out of the 30-yard circle. Everyone else inside the ring.
Up, and the catch is taken. The big one. Look at the celebration of Laksh. Bakrania once again leading from the front.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what just happened, but Stian Smith just gifted Tanzania a wicket. Trying to hit against the turn and doesn't make any connection. The simplest of catches for the keeper. And the captain is pumped up. Now Tanzania spinning a web around Team Kenya. They are 6 for 3.
Simplest of catches there for Ugo Pasco, and the simplest out for Lakshma Krena, given that Stian Smith has thrown away his wicket, knowing how crucial his wicket would have been and meant for the Kenyans to get over the line.
And I'll tell you, Bob, once I saw him going down on one knee, he looked like he was shaping to hit the ball again down the throat of Khalid Juma, who's fielding right in front of us. Tanzania desperate for this win, because if they are able to pick up this victory, their only remaining game in this tournament will be against Sierra Leone, while Kenya will be taking on Namibia. So it will be advantage Tanzania, while Kenya and Namibia will be hoping that something disastrous happens to Tanzania in their final game against Sierra Leone.
Not the best ways of Stian Smith to go back to the dugout, given how big his wicket was. It might be the turning point in this chase, needing only 2 runs and over. They have already found themselves on the back foot. Is Team Kenya losing 3? Beats everything. Look at that turn. We saw earlier in the first innings how the wicket is spinning square.
Tanzania with their tails up. Another nearly dropped. Oh, came off the keeper. You can see Lakshi not very happy with Hugo. Emmanuel has just taken a catch. 2 catches already in this game. But Laksh thought he had his man.
He's the captain. He sets the field. I would love to see him chipping in another fielder in that slip cordon. Put it in gully. From that occasion again, beats the outside edge. No change in the field again from the captain.
Yeah, spinners were very, very influential in the first innings for the Kenyans. And now you can see the captain Laksh having the time of his life.
On the back foot again, straight to that man at first slip.
Yeah, the thing about spin, Bob, is that it tests your technique. And if your technique is not solid, you really struggle. A lot of balls beating that outside edge creates a lot of doubt in your mind. You're not sure whether to step up or go back or jump out.
Lunges him forward there. Enticing delivery there from Lakshma Krena to end his 4th over. Picking up a big wicket over Stian Smith. It is 6 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, not a big total here, but Kenya in all sorts of trouble. They've lost 3 wickets for just 6 runs. You can see that dropped chance there. I think the keeper failing to gather the ball on the bounce, and then it just came off his chest.
When you look at that on the replay, that drop chance, if he had a wicket slip or even short gully, despite of course diverting from the wicket keeper, that would have been an easy catch. Something he has to think about.
Yeah, so angry there, the captain Laksh. I think in here that ground must have felt that slap from him. But Khalid Juma will continue from the pavilion end. And we're bowling to a man who has looked rock solid, Ryan Kasam.
Let's hope he doesn't, of course, get that warning from the umpires for damaging the pitch. Is the captain. He looked very livid and angry.
Yeah, not a very good body language there from the captain. If you see that on the replay again, you see Laksh there.
There you go. You don't want to find yourself anywhere close for that slap from the captain, Laksh. But again, Dennis, yeah, it shows you how eager Team Tanzania, especially that man, Lakshma Krena, has been a fantastic player.
Their understanding of the game is so good that they know this is a small total. They're not bothering with the dot balls.
Into the pads are flicked. Very good shot again from Kasam.
Yeah, I'm sure the Tanzanians will take that single in graciously, because Ryan Kasam has looked solid. So you want your premium bowler, Kali, to be bowling to the new batter, Saijeth.
Chidambaram facing the paceman. He had his say with the ball, of course, picking up 2, going for only 12 runs. They will need his contribution with the bat. First time, of course, playing in this tournament is that young man, Chidambaram. He has a sleeping play in Dylan Takar. Right in the block hole, loud appeal.
That's what I told you, Bob, that they wouldn't mind that single, because now it exposes the new batter. And Khalid intelligently again going for the stumps immediately. But this one sliding down the leg side. Good decision there from Patrick Makumbi Musoke.
Very smart bowler he is. But again, well played from Chidambaram, getting his bat down on time. Don't be surprised if he goes for a bumper again to the new man in. Outside off on that occasion, white signal by the umpire all the way from Uganda, Patrick Makumbi.
Yeah, that will take some pressure off Saijeth, because it's very hot out there, not just hot in temperature but also on the pitch. Kenya, the problem for now is that they are looking to survive so that they don't lose any more wickets, so they are sort of forgotten about scoring runs. They're just looking to survive for now so that they don't lose any other wickets.
Keeping a tattoo low on that occasion from Karidi Juma, nearly taking out the off stump.
Oh my goodness, that's up and down pitch. The first ball took off, the next ball by a ball that stays so low. But again, intelligent from Khalid Juma. I see, oh my goodness. I think the bills are shaking. Survival mode it is for Saijeth.
One of those days where, as a batsman, you have to live to die another day.
You're hoping that your partner will run the other end and save you.
Full again on that occasion. Looks like that man Karidi Juma has picked his spot.
It's now in different bounds already. 2 times the ball is staying low. And like you said, you want your partner to run and save you. Again, another one staying very, very low. I don't know if you are sure of the bounce. But the man who's looked rock solid is now on strike.
3 of 27 deliveries from Kasam. And I love the fact that the Tanzanians have made sure they deny the Kenyans a partnership also in the power play. We saw them doing a tremendous job in the first innings, keeping that man Laksh on one end and picking up wickets on the other end.
First team Tanzania wouldn't bother with Ryan Kasam. He's played himself in. He's rock solid, gets firmly behind the ball. Just try and clean up the other end. Both teams understand Swahili very well, and I'm sure the Tanzanians will do it on purpose just to make sure the batters know what they are talking about.
I'll tell you.
Hope you and I will be lost, but
I won't be lost. But I'll tell you, if you wanted to confuse either of the sides out there at the pitch, you have to speak French, and I doubt if any of those two teams can speak some French. Last ball. Full again. Get some bat on it again. Is Ryan Kasam, and of course with that dot ball, we come to the end of the 9th.
Yeah, a lot of effort there from Khalid Juma, and I'm thinking the captain is going to break. His 5 overs have been very, very good, very tidy. He's pushed the envelope at the top of the order. That one just not sneaking under the bat of Ryan Kasam, but he's bowled a very good spell up front. Wonderful contribution, a very good team man there, Khalid Juma. Doesn't bowl selfishly, he's trying to bowl for the team. Most fast bowlers, you see them trying to go for wickets, but for him, he's been there for the team just to make sure Laksha benefits from the other end. 9 overs gone, 9 for 3 Kenya. Moving
at 1 run and over is Team Kenya, as Laksha, of course, is coming in to bowl the last of all the power play. How many more runs can they get? Can they get is Team Kenya? Flighted delivery again from Laksh Bakrania, leading from the front once again. As a captain, of course, you want to be that man who takes and leads your team to that one slow to the World Cup. Flighted again, straight to that man, Ali Hafidi Ali.
And that's a problem because they are trying to survive, that you also miss out on such poor balls. That's a ball that should be creamed to the boundary, but you're so cautious that you don't want to do anything wrong.
But I'll tell you, it's because of those 3 wickets already in the power play.
And it's sort of a trend. A bad ball is always followed up by a very good ball. When you try to compensate, that's when you get yourself out.
Loud appeal again. Percival says not out. Threatening the outside edge twice in this over is a Laksh.
Nothing given by Percival from Zimbabwe. Trying to cut a ball that is full.
There you go again. A little bit quicker once again from Laksh Bakrania. Not giving any time whatsoever to these two batsmen to have a talk.
Yeah, eventually they will have to make up their minds because you don't win this game with dots. You need to score runs.
Another dot ball, make that another maiden as we come to the end of the power play. The first, to be precise, with the scoreboard reading 9 for 3. Not a very good scoreboard there for the Kenyans. If you are watching live here at the TBS in Lagos, there you see nothing much there from the top order batsman 3201. More of a telephone number here, but it's that man Ryan Kasam not out after facing 29 alongside Chidambaran, yet to open his account. 3 extras being bowled in the power play by the Tanzanians.
I'll tell you, I like this approach from Tanzania, and I hope it pays off for them. They've decided to go to the casino and spend all their money. They are keeping Khalid Juma in the attack. There's no point in saving the best for last. You either go big or go home, and there could never be better moments than this.
Right on the back foot, says no, hold your horse, young man, says Chidambaram.
I think the only trick that has been missed here by Laksh, she should have understood that the batter on strike is Ran Kasam. So instead of bringing back Khalid Juma, could have waited. If it was Sajeth on strike, could have been a good idea to bring back Khalid, because he will be bowling to someone who's not yet very, very comfortable.
You hear the captain loud and clear saying, Moja Moja, I believe Moja means one, telling his bowler there, Khalid Juma, pick one more wicket. Into the pass, loud appeal, down the leg side, says umpire Patrick Makumbi.
Yeah, don't worry, I can help you, Bob. Moja just means one. So I think they're just trying to tell him that just get us one more wicket. And I think the big wicket they want is a man who's been in there for at least about 5 overs now. 31 balls for him, 3 runs. But the important statistic is he's been able to hold one end.
Full on that occasion, driven, but straight to that man again at mid-on. All 3 runs given by the Tanzanians in the field. They've been putting on collective performances with bat, ball, and the fielding has been tremendous from the Tanzanians.
Yeah, very, very solid shift here from the Tanzanians. We saw the defending a low total against the Namibians, and even when they were coming after them, they were able to find something in the field, effect a run out to get a famous victory for them. All round, I think for me, they've been the best team.
And they've taken blinders, of course, that catch at Gali against the host team Nigeria. Smell the leather, young man, well left again. Very good technique there from Ryan Kasam. Effort ball from Khalid Juma.
No more than effort ball there to get something out of this wicket and to get the ball to rise and just go past the batter's eye line. Beautiful ball there from Khalid Juma. And very well played there from Ran Kasam, just gets out of the way. Those are balls that won't get you out. So all you have to do is let them go.
It's going to be a very lethal weapon for the Tanzanian team. If he keeps bowling like this, I'm talking about the men's, of course, but he still has to make sure Tanzania gets over the line with a win. Full on that occasion, loud appeal. No bat involved, but the umpire says not out. What a gem of a Yoka toe crusher there from Khalid Juma.
Yeah, Ran Kasim will have to check his nails after this one. Another beautiful delivery there for Khalid Juma, beaten for pace, but clearly sliding down the leg side. But that's very painful to clearly hurt. I hope the physio can come out and put some deep freeze on that so that he doesn't feel the pain.
Last ball to come, and what looks like it's going to be his last of the first spell is Khalid Juma. Can he pick up a wicket? Is he gonna go full? Is he gonna go for that takes the outside edge where Dylan is in fast slips? Full it is down the leg side again. Clipping the pads on that occasion. And we end with a maiden is Khalid Juma picking up a wicket, going for only 5 in his 6.
Yeah, I made an over, but like that's why I said, Bob, that if the captain had realized that it was Ran Kasam on strike, you can see the two opening bowlers bowling in partnerships. 32 dots for the captain, 32 dots for Khalid Juma, and 28 dots for Laksh. Both of them, between them, they've only given away 8 runs. Such discipline, only the one extra. 3 extras are given away by Tanzania.
We'll tell you a lot of good things that have been done by the Tanzanians so far in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. They've been dominating in all aspects, whether with the bat, of course, led by that man, shot number 5. Slow in the air, beats the outside edge once again.
Yeah, the beauty of 50 over cricket is that Kenya are not in a bad position right now. They just don't need to lose wickets. There's so much time to go in the game. The difference for them is that if they keep dropping wickets, then they'll keep going back.
Cut away, not enough timing, straight to that man at backward point, Ali Afidi Ali, shot number 46, one of the best fielders in this tournament. He doesn't bowl much, of course, as we saw, the wickets are not favoring a lot of pace bowlers. Loud appeal, but the umpire says not out again. Interestingly, he has no second slip in play, is Laksh Bakrania. On the back foot, run out chance. A little bit of fumble there in the field from Kiseto, allowing them to scamper for yet another single.
Yeah, a first time grab would have had Shaijes in trouble, because he sort of just took off, and it's difficult for you to take off when you've played a shot on the back foot. Even after the power play, only one fielder outside the circle.
But of course, with that single, it tells you, I keep telling, as we get to the end, of course, of the 12th over, he is 10 for 3, Team Kenya. I keep telling people, Dennis, as a batsman, the hardest or difficult things to do out there in the middle is getting off the mark. You would tell for that man, Chidambaram, trying to take on that man at middle to get off the mark after facing 18 deliveries.
Yeah, I think after, when you get off the mark, you sort of ease some nerves. See the physio running on. A bit of uncover there for Ryan Kasam. Must have taken a blow on his finger. He will need some deep spray.
Shot number 49. Looks like there will be the change in the bowling from the pavilion end. More spin. Emmanuel effected, of course, that run out. Agustino Meya Mwemele. Expect, of course, to see more spin coming from both ends. We saw earlier the way the wicket is turning square for the spinners.
And Agustino, very, very good ball as well. Picked up 4 wickets. Picked up 4 wickets in the win against Uganda. A different angle from him, but such a very good bowler with good control.
Let's have a look of that run out. Of course, it's that man Agustino who is now going to bowl from the pavilion end. That was the top crusher from Khalid Juma, of course, keeping in check the new batsman. He's been already in action, is Agustino Meya Mwemele. We'll have Dennis, of course, to find out who pronounced that name better.
And I think these bowling changes give Kenya an opportunity to start scoring runs, sort of release pressure. So unless the change bowlers as good as those that have been on.
Run out chance again. Not the best of throws. You would tell from the wicketkeeper batsman, Agustino, telling that man a short fine leg, tupa, which means throw the ball.
Yeah, Bob, I'm loving this from the Tanzanians. Another bowling change. Again, another very attacking field set. Only one player in the deep. They have a deep square leg, but everyone else inside the ring. So they are sort of daring the batters that if you want to score runs, you have to hit over us.
Not only the thinking from the bowler, but the captain himself making sure the right arm off break comes from the pavilion end, given that the right-handers will be hitting at the bigger part of the ground. Very smart bowling there and smart thinking from the captain. I would say the captains have been fantastic in this tournament. That man, Yash Gohil, out there, padded up. They will need him to play the captain's innings. He did the right changes in the field, the right time to bowl his spinners earlier on, restricting, of course, team Tanzania. Swept away on one knee, beats that man who was inside the ring. The chase is on. A very good effort again. Saving his team 2 runs.
Yeah, these Tanzanians really, young boys must be members of the Stingy Boys Association because they give away nothing at all. They are fighting for everything in the field. What would look like is going for a boundary. And those are the opportunities that you do. You make those half chances turn into opportunities. So you save 2 runs. Makes it harder for the batsman to score runs.
And a very good effort he did from that man who is at deep square leg, who had to cover a lot of ground.
I know he had to cover over 10 yards.
Fall again driven straight back to the bowler himself. And of course, with those 2 runs coming off his first over, we come to the end of the 13th. It is 2 over for 3, Team Kenya. The parents, of course, are here, Dennis. They have kept a little bit quiet. I can only see the flag over Team Kenya.
I told you I hope it is very peaceful in that parents' corner because it's been the turn of the Tanzanian parents to celebrate, especially those 3 wickets that are picked up. Kenyan parents very, very quiet. Like AJ likes to say in the commentary box, if you bowl, you'll have to bat. Would they bowl, would they bat? Another bowling change for Tanzania.
Hamza Ali Onai, left arm orthodox, one of the players, of course, who has one of the best techniques as a spinner. Rocks on the back foot, not enough timing, straight to that man, Dylan, and covers.
Yeah, every time they run, Kasam plays a shot, he's feeling some pain. I think it's the shock of the bat. So unless it comes out of the middle of the bat, you always feel some pain.
Gonna be the story of dot balls from Kasam.
Only doing his job. I think his job one of the simplest to do. Just stay out there.
Again, it's gonna be interesting. Kasam is playing out, of course, at the bowlers, whereas his partners are giving away easy wickets, cut away powerfully, but there's protection in the deep. Ali Afidi. And they always come for yet another single at these 2.
Yeah, rare runs coming here for Team Kenya. Scoring at just 1 run every over. Very, very good discipline from Tanzania with the ball.
And a very good cheer from the Kenyan parents. The dad over, Yash Gohil, the captain. He's been very impressive, supporting the Kenyan side all the way at Unilag and here at the TBS. Alongside, of course, Jayesh, who came, of course, to cheer for their boys and the national.
No, I've loved the support from the parents for all these teams, the Namibians, the Kenyans, the Tanzanians.
Shot ball punished into the vacant region, and that should run away to the boundary. Much needed boundary here from Chidambaram, breaking the shackles.
Yeah, the first boundary for Kenya in the second innings. Half tracker from Hamza and clapped into the empty region. I think the ball was begging to be hit, and Sajesh responds very well. 14 over goal, 17 for 3 Kenya.
Agostino to continue from the pavilion end. But again, when you look at that previous shot from that man Chidambaram breaking the shackles, of course, getting the first boundary of the chaser. He is no rabbit with bat in hand. Getting the opportunity today, having missed out on the previous games. Cheeky, loud appeal on that occasion, but the umpire says not out again.
Yeah, the only problem with that shot, just lacked conviction there from Ryan Kassam. And sometimes the umpires can give you out if you're not careful. But you can see Ryan always gets stuck on his leg stump, so doesn't shuffle too much into his stumps for him to be an LB candidate. Good patches there from Mayor Agustino. Agustino has a different angle, but a good one as well. He tries to really turn the ball.
Full on that occasion, driven straight to that man, denying them yet another single.
And that's what we spoke about. That's the advantage of having fielders in the circle. You don't give away a free runner because it has been hit to the sweeper.
And I love the fact that the spinners have made sure they keep out the boundary options for the Kenyans. Full again, Lanyazim forward. Well played again from that man, Ryan Kassam. Not sure why he was trying to go cheeky on that second ball. You don't want to get out after facing 45 deliveries in that similar fashion. Goes again on the back foot, flicked whitish of that man at short mid-wicket. They keep the scoreboard ticking. It is the end of the 15th. The scoreboard reading 18 for 3, Team Kenya. I'll be taking a short break, allowing Mr. Peter to take us through alongside Dennis Musali.
Yeah, match day number 6, a day of derbies here at the TBS Oval. Tanzania taking on Kenya, while at the Unilag Oval, the University of Lagos, it's a West African derby. Sierra Leone taking on Nigeria in that one. But I think both games have different consequences on different ends of the table. This is a top of the table clash, 2 unbeaten sides. 2 unbeaten sides, while at the other end, 2 sides that are yet to win a game. Nigeria taking on Sierra Leone. Nigeria managing to get 186 for 9 in their 50 overs. And Sierra Leone is 6 for no loss. Peter, welcome. This is East African Derby. Your thoughts so far?
Yeah, we saw the quick three follow wickets. Kenya, even though the runs they need are not much, but it's just a matter of time before we see more wickets drop, and probably Tanzania might eat into the tail end before they can actually reach the target, which is actually the game plan so far, since they couldn't put too many runs on the board.
Now, like I mentioned to Bob, that Kenya might have lost 3 quick wickets, but as long as they don't keep losing wickets, they need only 97 runs from so many balls. So they still have enough time to be able to recover in this game. Tanzania knows that it's not dot balls that are going to win them the game. They have to keep picking up wickets, so there shouldn't be any panic in that dugout for the Kenyans. Very, very compact here from much better over there from Hamza. Maiden over from him. 18 for 3 after 16. Mweya Memele, again, calling between the wickets, not very good. He has to be very quick.
That was
Ryan
a lovely
Kassam.
throw back to the bowler. Just If it had gone directly to the stumps, I'm sure that would have resulted to a run out.
Yeah, the basics always tell you throw to the side that is closest to you. And very well balled there by Meya Agustino. Flights the ball up. He has his field inside the circle. If Ryan is a brave man, he's already faced 53 balls. Can just go over the top.
The spinners have been making the batters play on the back foot for quite some time, always making them go back into that crease line to try and play the balls.
Oh, that one really surprised Ryan Kasim. He had shaped up to play on the offside, but it came back very big. Very, very tight field here from Tanzania. No freebies on offer. Wall of arbitration from Ryan Kassam. There's no way through. Ryan Kassam has properly dropped anchor. They ask for something, but nothing is given. I think that's a desperate appeal from Tanzania. That will conclude the over number 7. 19 for 3. Hamza Onai will continue from the Court of Appeal end. Tossed up in the air. Beautiful ball there. And the finger goes up. Further through to the keeper. And Hamza Onai picks up.
And look at that ball, look at it in the replay. Kevin was definitely going. The batter swinged. He just didn't swing it enough. He was trying to look for that cover slot, but ended up edging it into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
Yeah, very good take there from the keeper, Hugo. And as the teams go for a drinks break, Kenya in all sorts of problem. They're now 19 for 4. A very good take there from the keeper. Hamza was unsure, but his captain, his wicket keeper was very sure about that. 19 for 4 Kenya. They find themselves in trouble as the teams take a drinks break. Hamza Onai picking up a wicket before the drinks break. And that has brought out the captain for the Kenyan team, Yash Goshe. That's a problem. That partnership they were together for a very long time, Ran Kasam. Again, the call in between the wickets not very good, but the captain gets the other end safely. Ran Kasam and were together for a long time. You can see that unsure calling, ball watching from the captain instead of looking at his partner. Ran Kasam and Sajesh were together for a very long time, but really they had a partnership of dot balls instead of runs. So that is where the problem comes, is that you string around a partnership. Beautiful bowling. Only something special was going to get rid of Ran Kasam. And Hamza Onai bowls the beauty. Beaten all hands up there. And Kenya lose their 5th wicket.
Yeah, going back to that ball. When forward just went, there was a late turn from that ball. Went straight to the bills, dislodged them. And another wicket falls in quick succession.
Yeah, beaten all hands up. Ran Kasam has done a brilliant job. He's played so well. But something beautiful or special was needed to get rid of him. And Hamza Onai comes up with the goods. Kenya are now 20 for 5. Neil Doshi is the new batter for Team Kenya. Neil bowled well, but the team needs his runs. Bats left-handed, but bowls with his right arm.
Yeah, Neil Doshi was sent earlier than the team wanted. They wanted him to come in 8th. And he's coming in the 6th position of the batting order.
What a beautiful over there from Hamza. Picks up 2 wickets. 2 for 5 for him. A maiden wicket over. Not a maiden wicket over. There was a run in that over. But his 2 wickets have left Kenya on the ropes. They are 20 for 5 after 18 overs. And
Look at that wicket again. The first edge. Early on in the over, that first edge.
Yeah, I don't know what he was pointing at there, Sajesh. But look at this beauty. And this should surely make the highlights for today. Beaten all hands up there, Ran Kasam.
Kenya are definitely getting a taste of their own medicine.
You had to put it in there, Peter. But the Kenyans are railing at 20 for 5 after 18 overs. Champagne on ice for Tanzania already.
Yeah, Ashgorel is finally facing another ball in a new over. Back to the bowler. Dot starts the 19th over. Agostino hasn't picked up a wicket yet in this match. It doesn't seem to be in a hurry to. The approach of Tanzania to employ spin has proved effective. We've seen too much dominance from the spin bowlers in this tournament, especially on this ground. I've seen the team whose spin has performed better, seen them go on and claim victory at the end of the day. 3 balls, 3 dots. Make that 4. As Yash Goyal isn't falling for the tricks. He isn't trying to get his wicket. He's not trying to take any risk with the runs. Flicks that ball, just couldn't beat the fielder at silly. Agostino Umbueno is 1 ball away from a maiden over. Wasn't a wicket, but it's a maiden. No run of the 19th over. It's still 20 for 5. While Dennis will step aside, I would like Sheung Ajidagba to return with me. Yeah, Sheung, welcome.
Big thumbs up to the duo of Bob Songa Bashir and Dennis Amafusale, who started the second innings of this East African derby between 2 unbeaten sides. But like we said, one has to give. This is a sharp contrast to what we were expecting. We knew that the strength of this Tanzanian lies in batting, and most times when they field. But to think that after 19 overs, they'll be 5 wickets down is what is bewildering for me here at the commentary position.
New Doshi is going back to play, and we've seen the consequences of doing that several times, as Yashgoy has been the only one attacking the balls, even if not scoring runs of it. Has kept the balls down, has kept the balls dotted. Hamza now starting off after picking up 2 wickets in the previous over. Starts off with 3 dots. The runs are incoming, but the game is still looking favourable for Kenya, as they are still needing 95 of 183 balls. New Doshi in a rush. Yash Goyu isn't. Says wait back. That ball wasn't far enough for a run. Stay back in your crease, as it wasn't going to beat the point in any way. Team Tanzania have employed too much field setting, keeping everybody inside the 30-yard. And Team Kenya finding it difficult to play through those gaps. Flicks it, didn't flick it far enough. The short fine leg fielder picks the ball, returns it to the keeper, and that ends the 20th over. It's 20 on the board for 5 wickets lost.
You have to say that this Tanzanian side have shown to be clearly the best side at this tournament up until this moment. Like we say, anything is capable of happening, but you look at the team that gained promotion from Division 2 as the best team, and then here in Division 1 beating top rated sides, the likes of Uganda, the Junior Cranes, the likes of Namibia, defending champion and 7-time champions, are now taking on Kenya, another team in Division 1.
Dylan attempt and slows down that ball, making it impossible for a run to come through. He has got now the man on strike, and he's in no hurry. He's faced 10 balls already, no runs yet to his name. No extras given out so far. We've seen 2 overs bowled, no runs. We might be getting to a 3rd maiden over in quick succession.
One thing the Kenyans will try and avoid is to see the number of balls and number of runs go at par. That would be very, very dangerous. But up until this moment, the number of balls they are facing and the number of runs are a bit far apart. 95 runs they need in 176 balls. But based on what they are doing, they are even doing less than one.
As much as Yash is trying, he's not connecting properly, he's not playing into the gaps. And Tanzania looks very relaxed right now, having no fielders outside of the 30-yard. And Kenya proving no threat at all. It's another maiden over. The third maiden in a row for team Tanzania.
And you talk about Tanzania, if they eventually get this over the line, this will be a swan song for them, because the last host of the under-19 men's cricket qualifier was in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Nigeria also had a tournament to forget, led by the current captain. And so, can we say the family has created a record that Nigerians did not want? Gafar Abdulkarim, currently leading the charge, has taken Nigeria to Division 2, just like the elder brother also did.
Ali Hamza Onai is certainly causing so much discomfort to Kenya. Kenya seems to have had the upper hand in the first inning, getting them all out for 114. And now they find themselves in the same position that Tanzania was in the first inning, and they do not seem to be doing any better. Still yet to click. New Doshi experiencing the same thing Yash Goyu did. Both batters have been in the crease for a certain amount of ball, or significant amount of balls, I would say, and neither has been able to register a run on the board for Kenya. It's the fourth maiden in a row for Team Tanzania, and also the fourth maiden for Ali Hamza Onai from 5 overs bowled. It's the end of the 22nd over, and it's 20 for 5 wickets lost. Kenya need to start finding the gaps.
I'm sure that the fans of the Kenyans and those back in the country, in Kenya, and those present here, and also forgetting their coach Joshua Sirungu, will be saying this is not what I envisaged. I was thinking the game was going to be difficult, but not to this extent where we will be 20 runs for loss of 5 wickets after 22 overs gone. Just imagine the field setting of Tanzania. I was going to share something very interesting, very important statistics about Tanzania. How Tanzania loves Nigeria for the very first time. I'll tell you that interesting stat from a female angle and from the male angle.
Certainly good power, but wasn't enough power to beat mid-off. As Tanzania hasn't had any reason, they've not had any reason at all to keep a fielder outside of the 30-yard. Kenya need to try and find that space. Finally, a ball goes outside of the 30-yard circle, and they take just a run of it. Flick towards fine leg. Fielder had short fine leg with an attempted dive. Missed a catching opportunity and also missed the chance to stop the ball. Ball traveled towards the boundary, was quickly stopped, but a run was taken off of it.
And you talk about the name who missed that opportunity. Raymond Francis Emmanuel, the one they call Adam Zampa. Augustino Meya Nwamele coming from the pavilion end into his 6th over, has just given away 5 runs and has an interesting statistics of 4 maidens.
Yash Gohill registered a run for himself. Neodoshi hasn't done that. Still on 0. Finally registered a run on the board for himself after giving 4 maidens consecutively to the bowling side of Tanzania. Kenya have managed to register 2 runs in this last over, taking the total to 22 for a loss of 5 wickets after 23 overs.
And you have to say that the way they back each other up and the way they back one another up is highly impressive. When Khalidi Amirijuma was finding himself in an uncomfortable position, he was quickly backed up by Kiseto, who stopped that second run from happening. And I said I was going to share an interesting statistics with you about how Tanzania loves Nigeria. This competition started back in 2001, and the first country to host was Uganda, with Namibia winning. And if you look at all the 6 countries, aside from Sierra Leone and this Tanzania, every team had gone to the World Cup before, including Nigeria, the host, and that was back in 2019, led by Captain Sylvester Okpe, who is now currently the captain of the senior national team. But what I mean by Tanzania loving Nigeria, last year when Nigeria hosted the Nigerian Cricket Federation Female Invitational Tournament, which was the very first time it will be a round robin to decide who wins, Tanzania came to Nigeria for the very first time, and Tanzania won that competition. And that was the competition before the African Games in Achimota, Ghana, which was the last competition for the assistant coach of the under-19 female team, now Blessing Air team. Hamza Ali Onai missed Neil Doshi. And when you talk about loving Nigeria, this is the very first time Nigeria is hosting this qualifier, and looks like Tanzania might be getting a ticket to the World Cup. And you see how I said they love Nigeria when it has to do with the very first time. Over to you, Peter.
Yeah, quick movement from the sleeves there to prevent a late cut from going through his space. Ndoshi on strike, 1 of 19. Yashgoyo non-striker, 1 of 18. A flick to a short fine leg. It's another one on the board. A chance for a maiden spot, as Hamza can no longer secure a maiden in this over, and now should look forward to attempting the wicket.
You can't stop pouring eulogies to this Tanzanian side that has shown great intent from very first game. No wonder they are everywhere, and when I mean everywhere, the team to have scored the most runs in a single game, the team to have reduced a team to scoring the lowest total in this tournament. An appeal, but Cesara from Zimbabwe not interested. The team that is having the man with the most runs, and the team that also has the bowler with 8 wickets alongside Fatu Plessis.
And that rounds up the 24th over. A run of the last over takes the total to 23 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Khalidi Juma has got 9, same as Fatu Plessis, and that song by Davido, one of the finest in the world, not only in Nigeria. Don't stop me, I'm the son of a rich father. I don't know, Peter looks like one, Dennis looks like one, Ajao looks like one, Bob, but Shehu, his father is just there, average father of blessed memory. Back to the game where the average of someone is amazing. Augustino Meya Nwamele into his 7th over.
Yeah, let's not forget that stop of that first ball. Dillian, not letting his height be an obstacle, went down really quick, prevented that ball from beating him.
Give credit to Dillian. Takra has had 3 horrible games, but today he led from the front with his bat by scoring 20. Dennis just gave me an in-swinger.
The bowler felt that ball off the bat. Taking a look at the replay, definitely not off the bat, and the umpire confirms it. It's not out is the call, and Nyodoshi stays on strike.
And after 2 attempts, the wicketkeeper eventually gets that ball. Acre Pascal Hugo. The number of overs that they have played outweighs the number of runs that they have posted. Shows how brilliant and how tidy Tanzania are.
Goes for direction, goes for his offside, but travels to the onside. And it's another dot. And the end of the 25th over. It's still 23 on the board for the loss of 5 wickets. And I will step down to catch a breather and let AJ Olumide Grace take over from me.
Thank you very much, Peter. Always a pleasure to be here at the Combox. Evenly matched fixture here at the Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Oval. If you're just joining us, this is the ICC Men's Under-19 Africa Qualifiers. The tight schedule between Kenya and Tanzania. Who picks the ticket? Kenya doing all in their power to create a partnership here, soaking the pressure in, keeping the Tanzanians in the sun. Let's burn them out a bit. Let's see how much effect the sun would have on them. But I tire them out, and then we open up. But for now, they're keeping their wickets pretty very well. Trying to conjure a partnership here. They need one going on. They need the ball ticking as well. You see, played 25 overs. It's 23 for 5. Well, a swing and a miss there. Missing everything outside of that man's blade. The captain of the Kenyan side is one of 21 deliveries. There's a big shout, and the finger goes up. The finger goes up. Celebrations for Tanzania. And you can see captain dumbfounded. He has to take that long walk back to the dugout.
Brilliant, brilliant bowling display here by Tanzania, as you can see that on your replay. It's nicked it to the keeper. Finger goes up right away. Making no mistakes. Keeper's held on well to that ball. It's 23 for 6. 25.2 overs here at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval. Sheon, this Tanzanian team, they have done tremendously well throughout this tournament. You can imagine a low total on the board. They're playing with no pressure at all. They're doing the right things.
Maybe I need to reiterate again the reason this team looks like the team amongst all the participating teams that won the ticket for the World Cup the most. When you are topping the leaderboard across board, including the points table, then clearly you are the best. In batting, they have got their captain and the wall of Tanzania, Lakshana Bakrania. In bowling, they've got Khalidi Amiri Juma, who is at par with Fado Plessis of Namibia. They've also got in fielding their wicket keeper, Acre Hugo Pascal, as the one leading. And so across all board, you find them there.
Another lovely delivery there. It's the shade outside off stump. He's asking all sorts of questions. Can't hold these boys back. They look very sharp on the field. Another appeal goes, falls on the deaf ears. The umpire not bothered appeal at all. You can see that on replay. Oh, that's that catch. Oh, that's the appeal. Turned down. Close.
As for the new man, Akshi Seka, player of the match from yesterday's game against Nigeria, but he ended that performance with the ball and not with the bat. The hope of him getting it today has to be with the bat, and he has a lot of work to do based on what is before us. 26 overs gone, and they have 23 runs for loss of 6 wickets. The number of overs even outweighs the number of runs that they have scored. Speaks volume of this discipline side. We go back to the pavilion end, where Augustino Meya Nwamele will be bowling his 8th over. And you look at it, after bowling 7 overs, he's just given 6 runs. That means he's given less than 1 in an over, including 4 maidens. These guys are monstrous.
Very brilliant figures there on your screens. This young man, Augustino, has been very consistent outside that off stumps, asking sorts of questions, all sorts of questions. And Sheon, we should not forget to give some cherry to Raymond. He's opened his account with a maiden wicket, giving nothing away from the other end. Agostino continuing from this end, making the back speak. It shows you the line is attacking. It's wicket to wicket. The bat has to speak. First, that bat making mistakes. It's bowled 3 consecutive dot balls at this time. And again, ball punched back to him. You see how much control he has. So much control. Just picking that line. And Sheon is noteworthy to say that the Tanzania is still keeping a very much attacking field. A little dab there. Deft touch. Falling short of that man at slips. Just dabbing it with that soft touch. Yeah, hit that ball if you can. Go over that top. And the Kenyans are not looking up at all. They're just keeping their head down. It's the end of the 27th over. And it's 23 for 6. Kenya.
They require 4.00 and they are currently not where they want to be. 92 runs they require in 138 balls. How feasible that is. This is rested upon the shoulder of these two batters. Akshit Seka and Doshi. Lovely piece of bowling.
Beating the outside edge. Seka's bat. You can see the loud appeal there. They're so pumped up, this Tanzanian side. They look really pumped up. They need all the wickets, like Dennis mentioned. Dot balls are not going to get you over the line. You need to take the wickets. Or drive there back straight at Raymond. Raymond, you know, the spinners, like we say, they've brought in spin and has done a lot of damage. Brought down that current run rate. They're struggling. They're just under 1 per over. You can see that on your screen. It's a tall order now. Required run rate. It's moved over 4 runs per over. And they are dotting the balls away. There's 4 dot balls in this over from Raymond. Difficult customer. Not easy to get away. Batsman struggling. Again, a little dab there. No real intentions, Sean. No real intentions.
You said it nicely. Just one more ball to be bowled. Good ball to be precise. And we'll have come to the end of the 28 over. 23 runs on board for loss of 6 wickets. Sometimes I say cricket can be confusing. Like Lagos traffic sometimes. How do you explain that the team that has Division 2 staring them in the face, Nigeria, signed, sealed and delivered, has scored the second highest total in this competition, 186. Cricket, like Lagos traffic. Let me look at the batting scorecard. What I can find here, Chidambaran Saijit, 8 for 28 is the best you can pick. Nobody has even gotten into double figures. That shows how clinical. But the team that has the highest number of runs is still the team that are just one game aside from this to the World Cup. Tanzania 189, and that was against the Junior Cranes of Uganda in their very first game. Uganda also found themselves in a place that they don't want to be.
Lash back into the attack. Taking the bull by the horn. The captain brought himself on. Very good spinner. All-round cricketer. Lovely line. He embodies the essence of this game, cricket, in all its ramifications. He showed that. Very brilliant tactically. Very, very patient man. Trying to walk that ball, but finds no gap. Finds that man within the circle. Rocks back. Lash opening that man up like a can of beans. You know what was going on. So much turn. Ball turns into him.
One extra run. Kenyans who mind legitimate, illegitimate runs they require at this juncture. Another wide from Captain Lash.
I think now he's digging too deep. You know, when you think too much, you want to find that stock ball, you want to do something differently. I think he should just stick to that line. That line has given him results over time. And he's come back on the money. Very good comeback from Lash. Just delivered 2 wide balls. And it's come from around the wicket now. Was bowling from over the wicket. He's changed that trajectory. And to find something out of this for his team. And bangs all the way through. Point and covers. Easy double. That's what we want to see from the Kenyan side. I'm sure that's what the parents out there at the cricket lab would like to see. They would like to see the bat talking. They would like to see some rotation of strike, the ball ticking.
And you look at the bowling scorecard. The top bowler has to be Hamza Leonai, who has 2 wickets to his credit and has given just 6 runs, 3 dot balls in 6 overs and an economy rate of 1.00. While the trio of Khalidi Amiru Juma, 1 wicket, Laksh Bakrania 1 wicket, and Raymond Francis 1 wicket. And look at the fall of wickets, how it fell. Nobody has been able to build any partnership because of the tidy bowling of these Tanzanians. Raymond Francis from the Court of Appeal end is into his 3rd over, yet to give any run, but has 1 wicket to his credit.
Plenty of balls to play for. It's a waiting game, like we say. Swing and a miss, beating outside edge.
One man whose responsibility to come bowl, get wickets, and also bat. He has not done justice to that today. And I'm sure you'll be asking himself, what did I just do? Stian Smith will be saying to himself, I wish I had patience. I wish I had temperament. I wish I had the calmness. I wish I had all that was required for someone who needed to be there. But unfortunately, that improper shot
now, there's a situation here. His team struggling. And again, they found it so difficult to pick the gap. And should give credit to Raymond. Started his account, maiden wicket. He's gotten another maiden. They're chipping away with the dots. Like Dennis said, you're not going to run over the line with dot balls. I think now it applies to both teams. You're not going to win this game by dotting the ball. You're only going to create some pressure later on for your team. They're almost digging into the tail. And you don't want that tail to be, required to score the runs for you. You want to try to take advantage. It's 30 overs gone. It's 27 for 6.
You can't stop talking about this team Tanzania. You just have to fall in love with what their coach has impacted in them. The South African born, but now coaches Tanzania, Imran Nakadin, what he has done for this team of talented bunch of players. I was just racking my brain that everything, they've ticked the box. They have the highest partnership. Karim Kiseto, Laksh Schneider Bakrania, 97, the highest in this tournament. Against Nigeria, they used just 3 bowlers. Soft work. Laksh, Khalidi Juma, who is coming out from the pavilion end, and Augustino. In this entire tournament, it never happened that a team just used 3 bowlers, just to show how easy peasy it was. It was only the water break that saved Nigeria. They will have ended before the water break.
Khalidi back into the attack now. And it's clear what the captain, Lashk, is trying to achieve. You want to run into the tail at this time. Don't want to be hanging around for too long. Let's try penetrate this. And again, a big shout. And no, says the umpire. There's a big cry from Khalidi. He's very, very smart bowler. You've seen him with lots of variety. On this occasion, not really putting his back to work. He's placing it outside of stump. Okay, on the stump line. Whoa, whoa. Very close. But no, says the umpire. It's a very talented young man. Deserves a lot of flowers. You can see on your screen. Only 5 runs. He's in his 7th over. Beats the edge of the bat again. There's a cry. Umpire not bothered.
You can see from the body language of the man from the country that first hosted this tournament and was very, very sure of his decision, Patrick Makumbi. Despite all the shout, the appeals, he just said, please, can we get on with this game? That is what matters to me. Patrick Makumbi, one of the finest. Shout out to all the umpires. Ravi Angara from Botswana, Perciva Sivara from Zimbabwe, Ann Jacobs from South Africa, Isaac Oyeko from Kenya, David Odiambo, all of you, we love you so much. When I grow up, I want to be like you people.
What a match we have on hands here. It's a fabulous cricket square over. A show of talented young men vying for that ticket, that loan ticket to the World Cup. Khalidi would like a break. He's trying so hard to break this partnership. And again, another shout. You see, they're shouting for everything. They should be careful. You don't want to be appealing for the wrong reasons. You want to be sure of your appeals. So the umpire knows you know what you're doing. You're just not looking for necessary chances. But you should give credit. There's some incredible bowling figures from Khalidi. Again, no run there. Bat on ball, straight to point. Ends that over again. The maiden. This man is unplayable at this stage. Kenya needs to do something different. These guys are not showing any signs of being worn out.
Getting on with the game, looking at what is required. 4.63 current run rate is 0.87. They need 88 runs in 114 balls. Raymond Francis from the Court of Appeal.
Lovely ball there. You can see the turn. He's beating the man outrightly. So open him up. I had no idea. So much turn. Let's see that on replay. What a turn. He's placed that ball a shade outside leg stump. He's ended up taking the leg stump. And the much deserved break for this Tanzanian team. They've been persistent. They showed all sorts of character. All the values you want to instill in your team as a coach has been exhibited here at this tournament. And now they're into the tail. It's 27-7 after 31.1 overs.
Talking about rushing, the wickets are rushing. for the Tanzanians, but not to the happiness of this team from Kenya. And that was that wicket. Akshit Sekar is gone. Akshit Sekar has lost his wicket, and that made it the 7th wicket that they will be losing, and they have 27 runs for loss of 7 wickets. But looking at the new batter, jersey number 7, and that is Shilok Sani. Raymond Francis into his 4th over, still to concede a run.
Now a big swing. So much compact, you can see they're airtight. As a wide swing, couldn't get it through that slip quadrant. You see the players putting their body in line. They don't want any extra run. You have to do it with your bat. Raymond doing very well, tidy line. And up in the air, he's found that gap over Raymond's head. There's a chase going on. Very, very good teamwork there. Just could only get 2 from there. Beautiful shot there. That's what we want to see. We don't want to stay in your shell.
And that has brought us to the end of the 32nd over. And that was the first time Raymond will be conceding runs. See that again on replay. Shilok Sani getting himself that much needed run. We are getting into the 33rd over, but there's something interesting that I love in figure of speech. There's metaphor, there's personification, there's simile, there's hyperbole. But when you look at Neil Doshi, he scored 4 runs from 44 balls, and that is 4-4-4 is a metaphor.
Very well said, Sheon. And very good. Middle that, straight out of the middle of the bat. 4 runs from there. Sheon just talked about that metaphor. He has added another 4 to it, making a merry 4.
That's 8 runs for Neil Doshi from 45 balls. But certainly they require this kind of boundaries, more of it.
Short tracked. Very good call from the batter. Sends his man back. Ball finding that man within this inner circle ring. Somewhere around mid-on area. No run there. I think the Kenyans know if they have to cross this line, they have to go guns blazing. Very good delivery there. Digging it out into the block hole there. Shows the thinking of Agostino.
Straight to Unilag Cricket Oval. The West African Derby, Sierra Leone versus Nigeria. 36-4. Sierra Leone batting. Nigeria scored 186. The second highest partnership. Kenneth Boniface and Abdulkarim Gafar, the captain, 93.
Back here at the Tafawa Balewa cricket Oval. He was still not doing his thing. He's come back strong after that first knock, that cover drive, sorry, that pull shot to mid-wicket area. And again, it's full, not being able to take advantage of. You shouldn't miss out on those freebies. Full toss should go all the way, creamed all the way to the boundary. Brings up the end of the 33rd over. It's 33 for 7.
Can I just share another interesting stat that you can use? 33 overs gone. Kenya has got 33 runs for loss of 7 wickets. The same number that Shilok Sani is putting on. 7.
And that only means that they are going at 1 run per over. Swing and a miss. Ball beating the outside edge. You need to hit the balls, but you need to keep your eyes on it. You don't just want to be swinging blindly. There's a target out here for you. Oh, not that beautiful delivery. And it's in the air, drops no man's land. Didn't quite get a hold of that. You can see how important that 1 run is. You can hear some clapping from the fans, the Kenyans, the coaching crew. They need them to pick the runs up. They need them to step on gas. Tanzania making this total of 115 very difficult to get at. Kept this batting side on that 1 run per over for the past 33 overs. Rocks back, finds the gap finally. There's a chase on. Deep. He's picked up the ball nicely. They pick up a double.
Lovely pickup from Omari. Koba Ramadan back into the squad.
Whoa, foolish there. Just try to walk it between the slips and that point area. No space there. This has been a very good show of fielding, field placement, and bowling from this Tanzanian side. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. You can see how he's dragging him out of his crease, you know, forcing him to come front foot. It's not decisive. He's missing the line. That brings us to the end of the 34th over. It's 36 for 7. It's 7.
Let's head straight to what's happening at the Unilag Cricket Oval and just quickly update you. Seems as if Nigeria are saving the best for the last against their West African rival. It's always very intense. I recall back in 2019 in Windhoek, Namibia, they made it so difficult for Nigeria. The team led by Sylvester Okpe, and he had to come down to that winning run from Peter Aho to take Nigeria to the World Cup. But after 17 overs, Sierra Leone are 43 for 5, and the target is 186. But here at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, it seems as if that record will continue.
And it's in the air. It's in the air. Has it been played off the ground? That's a beautiful catch by that man. We've seen him take blinders. Very good catch there. Batsman trying to go over covers. The tall, lanky man. We can see in our replay. You can see him.
He operates in different places. You find him in sleep. You find him in this place. But then he's the tallest and the man that has the longest name also. you have to say he was the best batter today with 20 runs. Jersey number 88, Dylan Manish Tisho Takra. I don't know how this name will get into an OMR sheet. It's almost game, set, and done.
See, pressure would always buzz the pipe. They say, what that replay again? And very lovely catch, you know, jumping and taking that beautiful catch for his team. Looked very good. And you can see the smile on his face. Dylan Takra has been a very important part of this squad. He's not done much with the bat, but he's come out today. Very important day. And he's opened the batting and has steadied that ship. We didn't have that early scare we used to have with the Tanzanian side dropping wickets. He held on to his wicket today, scored and top scored for his team. And they're in a very good position here. They're running into the tail of the Kenyans. Wow, deft touch for a single, very good reaction there on the man at gully area. Gone round, made sure that was not more than a run.
The change bowler for team Kenya, Anthony Unjunguna.
Very tidy line. Agostino continuing to post all sorts of problem. And again, playing straight to the captain. Return the ball quickly to his bowler. Let's get things wrapped up here.
Huge mountain to climb for Team Kenya.
A dab there. No runs. He's been trying to walk that ball around that area. He's gotten no results yet. It's clear that the Tanzanians are on top at this point here. They want to do justice to this game. They need that ticket. They get closer to it by winning this match.
And talking about doing justice, it's high time the duo of Shewa Jidagba and Olumide Ajao leaves the commentary position for the duo of Bob Songa Bashir and Dennis Amafusale to take us through the remainder of what is left of this game.
Thank you, Ajidaba. Thank you, Ajao. It is 37 for 8 after 35. Team Kenya, of course, after losing those 3 wickets up front, they found themselves on the back foot straight away. And it has been, of course, the story into the middle order overs where the spinners took care of the middle order batsmen of Team Kenya, putting pressure on them, bowling dot balls maiden after maiden from the spinners of Team Tanzania, giving them the taste of their own medicine. In the first, of course, innings, they picked up 7 wickets, the spinners of Team Kenya. And Raymond Francis, that man who's already picked up 2. He has a fifer to his back. Bowling his 6th over. He would love, of course, to clean up the tail. As I also welcome Dennis back into the commentary box. Welcome back, Dennis. I'll tell you, Dennis will be waiting for another wicket to fall down. As he is, of course, making his arrangements on how to get back to the hotel due to the traffic. Soft hands again there from Anthony Ndungu, already in the tail of the Kenyan side is Team Tanzania, led by that man Laksh Bakrania, who's been very outstanding. Leading, of course, his side edging closer and closer to that one slaughter to the World Cup. Loud appeal on that occasion, but the umpire says not out. Percival Cesara. And of course, with that dot ball, another maiden, we come to the end of the 36th over. 37 for 8.
That last delivery, bringing up his maiden, wrote so many maidens, made sure no runs on his name. He's gotten just paltry runs. He's kept this bat is shaking throughout, turning and twisting.
You might be asking, of course, wherever you are watching this live at the TBS in Lagos, one of the reasons that Team Tanzania have dominated in all aspects of the game, whether bowling, batting, or even fielding, they came into this tournament with the conditions that favor their game. It is humid, it is sunny, the wickets turn in Dar es Salaam, which made it very easy for the Tanzanian boys.
Yeah, I'm sure they quickly acclimatized to this Nigerian weather since they have almost the same kind of weather around them.
Rocks on the back foot, but straight to that man at short fine leg. Ali Hafidi Ali. He's been a tremendous and a fantastic fielder. He's that man shot number 45. Making a very big impact in the field. Hamza on the other hand, shot number 69. Changing ends coming now from the pavilion end. They will love him to clean up the tail. Full on that occasion. Big turn. White signal by the umpire Patrick Makumbi from Uganda. Tanzania edging closer and closer to that one spot, as we mentioned. They are, of course, the team who have tested the World Cup. Full on that occasion. Straight back to that man, Hamza, who has already picked up 2 wickets, going for only 7 in his 6.2 overs. Roxbuck on the back foot, straight to that man at covers once again. Another dot ball. That has been the story of the chaser from the Kenyans. Coming in, I would say here, as a former batsman with a negative intent of scoring runs. Having done, of course, a big part in the Texan leadership on that occasion. Up, high. One bounce for 4 from that man, Neil Doshi, who has faced 61 deliveries for his 14 runs. And he's done a tremendous job, of course, holding one end for the Kenyans, despite, of course, losing wickets from the other end. He's been, of course, the most patient batter for the Kenyans. Goes on the back foot, well played again, but this time round finds that man at mid-off who denies them that quick single. Is Karim Kiseto.
Traveling fast to him, so you don't want to challenge him. You want to take your time. You don't want to get any unfortunate run-outs here now.
Full on that occasion again, same ball, same result to bring us to the end of the 37th over. It is 42 for 8 Team Kenya, moving at 1.1 runs and over. There you see the batting chart, nothing much, despite, of course, that small partnership of Chidambaram and Ryan Kasam of 13 of 59. That has been the story. The strike rate being under 30 from all the batsmen of Team Kenya, chasing 115. It wasn't ideal from ball 1. But again, a credit to the Tanzanians. Laksh Bakrania, can he be the captain? The very first Tanzanian captain to take them to the World Cup. A lot of captains, to be precise, are watching this. My good friend Peris Kamunya alongside the captain Nema, cheering for their brothers here to make it to the World Cup.
the outside edge. No run there. Brilliant goal in here.
Full on the occasion from Raymond. Turn and bounce again. Beats the wicket keeper himself. Hugo Pasco, who's been very handy behind the stumps. Soft hands again. Another dot ball. Putting you on your spot here, Grace. Where do you think Team Kenya lost the ploy here? 115 to get in 50 overs looked to be very easy, given of course their batting lineup led of course by that man Stan Smith, Ryan Kassam, the captain himself, Yash Gohil. Where do you think they missed their ploy?
I would say I think they missed it from the start, from the get-go. When you're chasing this kind of total, you don't want to be too quiet starting off the game. Started with so many dot balls. I believe that they should have come with the tactics of at least one aggressor and one calm batsman trying to rotate the strikes. Under this pressure, they didn't get the runs on the board, they didn't keep the ball ticking, they were losing wickets, and most importantly, they lost the wicket of that captain, Stan Smith. No, sorry, wicket of that best batsman side. And I think that also at that dent in this lineup restricted them to what they are seeing on our scorecard.
You've had it all from the man who is also a coach in his region, AJ Boris, they say. But back to TBS, it's going to be Hamza to continue proceedings from the pavilion end up against Neil Doshi. Solid rock performance there from Neil Doshi. Goes for a big sweep shot, misses it completely. He knows he has two fielders. Is Laksh Makrania in. Dylan here at deep mid wicket and Khalidi at long on. Rocks back on the back foot too. Is the call. They're running very hard. Can they take on the arm of Khalidi? Neil Doshi tells his partner, hold your horse, young man. Only a tremendous job. They've ticked all the boxes in this tournament. Is Team Tanzania. You know, of course, how big it is to make it to the World Cup. Full on the occasion, beats the outside edge once again from Hamza. In desperate need of his third wicket. Man who doesn't talk much, but he makes sure his ball does the talking for him. As they send that man Khalidi on the boundary ropes. Flighted in the air, well played again on the onside to scamper for yet another single are these two, Anthony Ndungu and Neil Doshi. So here about boundaries, mathematically they need 17 boundaries to get over the line. Is Team Kenya. Not impossible.
Not impossible. We can say no run there. This is what I think Lash will be wanting them to do. Pile up the pressure, then you want to go aerial, you want to try start looking for the boundaries, and they pray you miscue. Some miscue or there, give them 1 or 2 wickets, run into this tail, get the job done.
2 runs coming off his 8th, Hamza. It is 44 for 8 after 39. Team Kenya. What a tournament we are having here. We are yet, of course, to get the decider, the one that takes it all to the World Cup. Match day 6, game number 11 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier, live at the TBS. Based the outside edge once again from Raymond Francis. A man who has picked up a fifer in this tournament. He has good figures of 2 for 5 in his 7.1. The big question now here is who's going to clean up the 2 wickets. Not bad thinking there, of course, going to your pace man to see if he can nail in those toe crushers as he did in the first spell of his. Taking their time to set the right field as Laksh sends that man, Ali Afidi, at a long off. On the back foot again, another dot ball. The dot ball percentage in this particular game is up to 70%.
A whole lot, I should say, Bob. Shows you how consistent this fielding side, how tight, how disciplined. Well, down fine leg. Blunt shot there. Won't carry to the boundary. 3 men won't take advantage of that. Take 2 runs from there. You see, even the wicketkeeper running all the way to the boundary. It shows you the tenacity of purpose that this young side has.
Shows you how eager, of course, the Tanzanians are to get to the World Cup. The wicketkeeper backing up a fielder to cover a lot of ground. Putting on again, once again, a collective performance. It has been, of course, the turning point for the Tanzanians. Led, of course, by that man, Laksh Bakrania. Squares him up straight away. Nearly taking top of off. And of course with that dot ball, 2 runs coming off his 8th over is Raymond Francis. It is 46 for 8 after 40 overs. The heat, of course, it is catching up. A little bit of meeting there from the experienced players, led by that man, the captain himself, and Dylan Takar today, who contributed for his 20. There I see the 7 extras, very disciplined bowling from the Tanzanians. Neil Doshi, who has been part of 4 partnerships here, shows you how the Tanzanian bowlers up front in the power play dismantle the whole batting lineup of Team Kenya. 46 for 8 as AJ Boris takes a break, allowing now Mr. Dennis Musali to take us through that bowling chart of Team Tanzania.
Yeah, such a beautiful bowling chart here from the Tanzanians. Very good discipline for them. Shows the commitment and how much they won the game. Only 7 extras. Total is 46 for 8. But the 2 opening bowlers, really, they stand out. They set the tone of the match. Between them, they've given just 13 runs in 14 overs and picked up 2 wickets as well. So it's been quality, and the tone was set at the top of the order. Augustine Meya Mwemele, 10 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Hamza Ali Onai, 2 wickets for him for 13 in 8 overs. And Hamza, the ball he bowled to get rid of Ryan Kasim, a beautiful delivery. Should be the ball of the tournament, if must say. So Tanzania family in charge of this game and this East African derby. That's a batting scorecard for Team Kenya. Nothing to write home about. Only Neil Doshi has been able to get into double-digit figures, but the rest of the batting has gone missing. Ryan Kasim dropped anchor at the top of the order, was in there for about 58 balls, but could only manage 5. And Tanzania for now are only 1 wicket away from wrapping up this East African derby and also picking up their 4th victory of the tournament. It will be advantage Tanzania as we head into the final stages of this particular tournament. Tanzania will take on Sierra Leone in their final group game, while Kenya and Namibia will be facing off and hoping that disaster strikes in the game again between Sierra Leone and Tanzania. 40 overs gone, 10 more overs to go, 46 for 8. And you know what it means usually after a drinks break. A wicket comes up. 69 from 60 balls is what Kenya need. But they don't have resources in terms of wickets. They only have 2 wickets in hand.
69 is of 60. Coming back now to your question earlier on. In the first over of the chase, Dennis, you spoke about. Very eager to see the approach of the Kenyans. There you see on that scorecard, it tells you a lot on how the Tanzanians have been very disciplined with their bowling. Back to spin. Hamza ball his 9th from the pavilion end. Given again here, Dennis, that Tanzania will be playing Team Sierra Leone on Saturday. You'd feel if they get this win, they will be 99% into that World Cup.
I think if Tanzania get the win, just state the facts as they are. If Tanzania get the win, they are going to the World Cup, as simple as that.
Everything is possible, Dennis. You never know this.
No two ways about it. Bongo flavor, mchama.
Rocks on the back footer. There's a man in the deep, Khalidi, who cast it off to only 1 run. You had the man himself, Dennis. It looks like he has already given Team Tanzania that ticket to the World Cup.
I need to speak very well to my Tanzanian friends so that I tag along to Zimbabwe. Jambo Watif by Jambo Hamisi Abdallah.
Full ball driven again to that man in the deep at long off.
Yeah, Bob, I think we spoke about it in the beginning. It's just that Kenya have lacked intent. They didn't look like they wanted to chase down the runs. They've been scoring at just about 1.5 runs every over. Most of the partnerships we saw in that chart were really partnership of dots, but not runs. So it has just disabled their run chase completely.
Absolutely, but Kalasi again from the captain Laksh, rotating his bowlers at the right time. Saw him earlier on giving Khalidi 6 overs on the trot for the first time. Upish, but he will drop short to that man, Khalidi.
You see Neil is just starting to sort of switch gears. He's been there for 69 balls, has 17 runs, but he had about 10 runs from as many as 55 balls. So I would say the Kenyans have just been overly cautious, I guess, without showing any real intent.
You'll be, of course, telling us after this over how it feels to play the World Cup. You yourself, you've been part of the U19 World Cup back in the days. Looks like it's been a long time coming for the Tanzanians to get to that world stage. Coming at the right time, of course. And with that dot ball, a maiden, I beg your pardon, it's not a maiden. He picked up 3 wickets, I beg your pardon again. 49 for 8 after 41.
Raymond Francis back into the attack from the Court of Appeal end. But I'll tell you, Bob, playing in the World Cup, a time of my life. Not just 1, but 2 World Cups again, I think was phenomenal. And I really wish that for every young player. And I hope that the Tanzanian, if Tanzania gets to go, they can be able to build on this generation and also push for bigger things with the senior men's team.
I'm not sure why you've brought out the if. They seem to be very confident that Tanzania is making it to the World Cup. They keep the scoreboard ticking at these 2. Bringing up, they are 50 up. The slowest 50 for any team in the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup qualifier. Coming off 41.1 overs.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised by Kenya's approach. They've been very, very cautious throughout. They just never gave themselves a chance to try and win the game. And by the time they started to sort of try and push the envelope, I think the game had already long gone. They had lost so many wickets. So it has basically been Tanzania on the front foot the whole time. Tanzania won the toss in the morning, elected to bat first. Didn't score so many, but they've just been very, very disciplined with the ball, and they've just not given anything away.
Takes a little shimmy, walks past one. Raymond Francis picks up his third. Only 1 wicket away is Team Tanzania. It is 51 for 9 after 41.3.
Yeah, a tired looking shot there from Neil. I think he was tired of hanging around. One of the better keepers throughout the whole tournament is not going to miss that sort of opportunity. He'll go with the easiest of stampings. And now Tanzania are 1 wicket away from completing a famous victory that will ensure that they have 1 leg into the 2026 World Cup, Under 19 World Cup.
Very good again, thinking from Raymond Francis, knowing Neil Doshi was getting tired. Bowling 1 away from his reach. Walking past one. Not a confident call there from Neil Doshi. Trying to take on the best spinner of the Tanzanian side, Raymond Francis, picking up his third. Making the job look very easy for Hugo Pasco behind the stumps. 1 wicket away here, Dennis, for the Tanzanians to make history. It is 1 wicket to go. It is 1 wicket to go at the Unilag as Sierra Leone chasing another 86, sitting on 55 for 9 after 24.2 overs.
Out comes Rishil Patel. Gets off the mark with the boundary. Rare boundary for the Kenyans. Strained on the pads there, Raymond Francis, and then just paddled around the corner for a boundary.
First time a Kenyan batsman has a strike rate over 100, coming in as the last wicket in Krish Patel.
Ouch, ouch.
It shows you how dominant the Tanzanians have been. They know they're just a matter of time to pick up their last wicket.
Ooh. Second chance again. Could be back-to-back boundaries, but no. Hamza Ona won't allow that. Flashing, Rishil Patel has come with a flashing blade. Bob.
Flight on off on the occasion. He saw the flight delivery. His eyes lit up. He's the younger Rishil Patel, who has a strike rate of 300.
I like the approach. I think for me, I say the other guys have failed. The other method is not working. Let me go to what I know.
He's not giving up easily as he decides to. What will we play? The last ball of Raymond Francis' 9th over, picking up 3 wickets. It is 57 for 9 after 42. Let's have a look at that wicket of Neil Doshi, a man who played nearly 15 overs for his side. He had to take the long way back to the dugout, leave it, of course, with himself. He did his part with the ball. Yesterday, he made sure Team Kenya registered their third winner, defending, of course, 12 runs on the last over against the host, Team Nigeria. It's going to be Hamza to ball his last from the pavilion end. The big question and only question is going to be who's going to be the bowler to pick the last wicket. Up and over that man at covers, picking up Khalidi and long off. They will settle for yet another single at these two.
Gets Rishil Patel on strike for the first time against Hamza. Hamza's bowled brilliantly, 2 for 17 for him.
Goes for the big sweep shot is Rishil Patel. Run out chance on this occasion. Chips in a diver. Loud appeal, but the umpire says not out.
I'm surprised that Rishabh Patel was struggling to make it for his second run. Seemed like a very comfortable double.
Coming out guns blazing is Rishabh Patel. He might have had a message from one of the technical staff telling him to cut off the margin.
Yeah, it's also very, very important because the margin of loss could come into play on the final day if things change.
They have a very good net run rate, is Team Tanzania. Talking about things changing, then it will be a miracle of performance from Team Sierra Leone to make sure Tanzania doesn't go to the World Cup. Loud appeal on that occasion. There was some edge on it. Look at the celebrations. It is Hamza Omari who picks up the last wicket. The wicket that takes them to the World Cup if not miracles happen on Saturday. What a performance from the Tanzanians. Having won, of course, the toss.
Yeah, hanging his bat here, Rishabh Patel following the ball. Not a very good delivery, but he was trying to follow the ball. And another very tidy cut here by Hugo, just staying down and make sure he holds on to the chance. Patrick Mutoke Makumbi acknowledges that appeal and sends the rest of the Tanzanian team in celebration. Tanzania winning by 54 runs, and now they have 1 foot in the 2026 Under-19 World Cup that will be hosted by Zimbabwe. They will be hoping that there will be no deja vu of what happened in 2021, and they can be able to finish up the job on Saturday when they take on Sierra Leone. Kenya lose their first game, but they still have an outside chance of making it through because they will be facing Namibia, who are also with an outside chance, and both teams will be anxiously following the game between Sierra Leone and Tanzania. But for the here and now is that Tanzania win this East African Derby by a big margin. A big performance from them, especially with the ball in the second innings, winning by 54 runs. They could only manage to get 114 all out in 42 overs. Dylan Tucker and Lakshi, the standout batters for them. But it's what they've done in the second innings that has gotten them this win. They bowled with a lot of gas and been able to clean up their East African neighbors for only 60. Ali, Hamza, Onai and Raymond Francis picking 6 wickets between themselves. But that good work was set up by the opening combination of Khalid Amiri Juma, the opening bowler, and the captain Lakshi, who between themselves 14 overs gave away just 13 runs and picked up 2 wickets. That set the tone for the rest of the game for Tanzania. Tanzania coming out on top in this one and winning by 54 runs. I've been Dennis Msal with Bob Bashir Songa and the rest of the boys, Peter, AJ and Sean in the commentary box for this particular clash. The teams take a break tomorrow and we'll be back with match day number 7, where we shall know who is going to represent the rest of Africa at the 2026 Under-19 World Cup. We'll take a short break and we'll come with a post-match presentation. ICC Men's Under 19 World Cup Qualifier Africa. An East African derby here at the TBS Oval. A clash that has been won by Team Tanzania, winning by 54 runs, and importantly that get them close to the World Cup next year. But we'll start off with the Player of the Match award that will be presented by Kahendi, and the Player of the Match is a brilliant boy who bowled 5 maidens in his squad of 10, Raymond Francis. Raymond, very well done, very well bowled from you. You're still doing a good job for the team, but talk to us, what does this victory mean for you and the team?
First of all, I'm happy, and I don't want to say more, but I'm happy.
Yeah. What has been your inspiration throughout this whole tournament? You've been bowling very well and picking up wickets as well.
Yeah, only I listen my captain and my coach too, that's why I'm doing well.
All right, very well bowled, Raymond, and go and enjoy your performance today and with the rest of the boys. Very well done, Raymond. We'll now speak to the captain of Team Kenya, Yash. Yash, I'm sure you're very disappointed, but what do you think would have been done better by you and your boys?
Yeah, basically no excuses today. I think we just didn't apply ourselves well enough while batting. We were definitely the stronger team on paper. We just didn't apply ourselves with the bat.
Yeah, you did well to get them out for only 140. But what was the plan when you come out to chase the runs, because you scored very, very slowly, barely run and over?
We just try to keep it simple, but I guess it's just one of those days where it's not really a Sunday. It's just one of those tough days in the office, so just have to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully our next game against Namibia we take the win.
It's not over for you and the boys. You still have an outside chance. What is the sort of attitude you're going to have in that game against Namibia?
Play freely, to be honest. It's our last game of the tournament, so just have fun, play freely.
All right, good luck to you and the boys then.
Thank you, pleasure.
You're welcome. We'll now speak to the winning captain, Lakshi. Lakshi, if you could put one word, are you happy or relieved?
Of course, we're really happy, yeah.
But talking about the performance today, you won the toss, selected to bat first, got on 140. Were you a bit worried, or you knew that if you did well in the second innings, you could be able to get the result?
I don't think we were worried, but I think the boys just let us down in the batting, including me. Our target was 150, but I think the boys just gave away our wickets. But, yeah, I think it was a good goal.
All right, this victory keeps you unbeaten in the tournament, but most importantly also gets you closer to the World Cup. You are part of the team in 2021. No deja vu. What are you going to tell the boys to make sure against Sierra Leone you're very calm and make sure you finish the job?
Yeah, it's going to remain the same thing. Like I've always been saying throughout the tournament, momentum stays the same, and yes, we will go to the World Cup.
A very good performance from you and the boys.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. That's Lakshi Bakrenia, the captain of the Tanzanian team. That concludes our post-match presentations. The teams will take a break tomorrow, and we'll be back with match day number 7 here at the TBS Oval.